Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Apologies for being slightly late. My time management skills are completely absent today, which I'm sure that's great for my focus for Permadeath gaming. Yeah, that'll be fine. What could go wrong? How we doing? Exile, Aaliyah, Milak, Krokmadon, Riston K, Mick, Danny, Pedro, Western Libra, Superman. We do an early crowd, or on-time crowd. I'm the late one. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So, should be able to finish Act 2 in the next couple hours. Hey, Baneblade. We just got some various encounters and stuff. I probably should have done a couple more things before ending stream, because there was something I wanted to make sure I remember to do, and I don't remember what that is. So, that'll be fine, right? We're 6.7k off the level. I'm gonna want to do a long rest before grabbing my buffs. Let's just do a quick look and see what I left on the table, XP wise. I haven't bought the zombies yet, have I? We could do that. Yeah, we could do that. It'd be a secret for everyone now, and or a surprise.
An efficient path.
I'm still in the AC setup. Can switch.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, Western Libra. Thank you for gifting subs to Madame and to Baneblade. Much appreciated.
She's just a girl and
That means a lot
she's
to me.
on
Thank you
fire.
very much.
There you go, Quag.
They each still have combat inspo. That works out.
Curious.
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to have on here. Elemental infusion. We succeed perception, right? Oh. I know Repulsor does the trick here. It does a bomb. How about the Thunderwave? How about... Smoke Powder Arrow? No? Okay.
Oh, that should more than suffice.
Science. Mr. Quag, help me, I'm depressed. It'd be like that sometimes. Was I standing in the wrong spot? Oh well. I should care more about that. I just don't.
Into the shadows.
Shoop says Jorgen. Works for millions every day. I mean, yeah, if you need the happy chemicals. Oh no, man. There's worse advice. Lost my honor run to the dialogue option with Raphael in the Morphic Pool. There's a dialogue option with Raphael in the Morphic Pool? What do you mean? Didn't know you could just click the button to kill your run? So like there have been other options where you could have clicked the button to kill your run up to that point. Why not that one? But like what did you do? Were you under contract and didn't bring the Orphic Hammer and didn't let him give it to you? Like I'm very confused. What even happened? Eyes are puffy and looked like I was attacked by several bees and also punched in the face. What happened? Were you okay? Were you attacked by several bees and punched in the face? By the way, thanks for walking me through the gaslighting. Should have known to trust the expert. You sound crazy right now. You did that all by yourself. Near the Orpheus guy, clicked something along the lines of the end is now. So, let me get this straight. The guy whose power is stated for half the game to be protecting you from turning into a mind flayer. You attacked him?
Your pain, my pleasure.
Didn't read anything. I was locked in. Clearly you weren't locked in if you weren't reading anything. This is the kind of game where you read. And like to be perfectly clear, this shit does happen sometimes. You know, it happens to everyone. I remember one run, Mark, who has a lot of time in this game. He was just kind of zoned out, clicking through dialogue, and accidentally killed Mizora, which killed Will. And like, it'd be like that sometimes, but you do gotta do the reading thing.
I will ascend. I will ascend.
You know she will ascend. Locked out. Hey, kidda. Oh, yeah, Kidda and Danny both had the locked out joke. Who does that? Crazy, I know. If we read the dialogues together, we were both girls. I'm sorry to disappoint. I can do the reading together part, but I don't have the other part covered. Not all about you? What do you mean? I'm the main character. Everything revolves around me. Hey, what's up? Hope you're well. You're a barbarian, don't like to read. Maybe gamers are barbarians. Don't read, rage instead. It checks out. I'm talented. I'll be a big ol'. I'm... Not targeted anyone here, of course.
Time to strike.
I need to make a literate barbarian just to stand out. I was thinking about a character concept of I want to do a barbarian, some kind of barbarian build that has high intelligence. Skellies have bludgeoning bolt. I didn't position them particularly carefully because I know I'm going to rest soon anyway. A really dumb wizard. I do that often enough already. I mean, that's this run.
Victory awaits.
Raider zombies do a lot of damage. You can see Blade Ward was correct.
Time to strike.
Wild Magic Barb. That was previously a sorcerer with brain damage. That's fun. Isn't that just my Gale Barbarian run? I did do that, yeah. But he didn't have high int on that run. Is Gale Barbarian the run, the one people were talking about throwing scrolls at enemies? I did a Gale run where it was he was a Wild Magic Barbarian, and it was a retaliation damage build. It was one of the first ones that I did, if not the first one I did on stream. Maybe the second one actually, because yeah, my first wizard that I rolled was retaliation. That was like the second time I did that build concept.
An efficient path.
First scroll, honestly.
Handprints on the door there. Someone's been poking about, as these Faerunians say.
Hey, she said it right. She didn't say Fey run.
It will happen. My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
I have that on. Oh yeah, I had that on for Balthazar. Right. I do a run where I throw all the things the hotbar thinks are things that should be thrown.
That's curious.
I always succeed that perception when I don't care about it at all.
Found and taken.
Praise be. On a roll good? No. Do I actually need to be on a strike closer here?
Stay vigilant.
There we go.
Traps.
Could do shadow printer, I guess.
Curious.
Curious what mine's suggesting. I don't have, like, there's a menu setting that just adds random shit. I don't have that enabled. So it defaults to, like, actual throwables first. Have to kind of scroll a little bit to get to the weird stuff. Hang on, I have the camera backwards.
Indolence breeds madness. Eager for battle. Into the shadows. Taking position.
Do 2 bombs. Four, not bad. Good chunk. A little better. Yeah, it's debating if I want to get rid of some of the surplus of Harpers. Definitely more than need to be alive right now.
To battle.
It'll give me time to actually wake up and remember what the thing I wanted to remember to do is. I haven't done the self-same trial. Maybe it was that. That sounds right. As I see you do it more often than not, how do you trigger surprise round consistently? Hey, Jester. It depends on... It's kind of hard to explain. There's a lot of different factors to it, but basically you don't want good stealth score. Commonly spread misinfo is that good stealth score helps surprise rounds. No, stealth score hurts your surprise rounds. So having disadvantage on stealth checks is pretty good. Now, a lot of armors give that. Adamantine armor gives that, so that's a positive of that. But you basically want to do whatever action or bonus action, reaction, whatever, that would, in the best outcome, initiate the surprise round. You want to do that while you are hiding or invisible. Now, you only have to queue it up while you're hiding or invisible. If they detect you, let's say you queued up a melee attack while you were hiding in a corner and your character is like sneaking up, but then you walk into the sight cone and then they stop hiding, but they're still walking up doing the attack without your input, that can still get a surprise round. Because you were hiding when you queued it up. You want someone to detect you when you do the thing, like, as immediately as possible. You don't want them to start doing a search, and if you hit someone and then it triggered, like, the crime response dialogue, you want to end that dialogue as fast as possible. So you don't want the rogue? I didn't say that at all. Why would you not want rogue? It has nothing to do with anything I said. Hey, Nico. Initiate because they'll not get spotted? Again, no. So, what you're doing here is you are attributing something that doesn't need to be there. If your rogue has stealth proficiency or expertise, that's because you took that. That's not an innate rogue thing. You don't have to do that. When I say stealth proficiency expertise are bad for surprise rounds, if you're building a surprise round focused character, don't take that. It has nothing to do with rogue.
Undetected. Without delay.
This does mean that any player race that gets stealth proficiency that you can't opt out of is at a disadvantage there. Let's pull up the wiki real quick and see what that includes. Oh. Oh boy. Halfling. Or just roll terribly. Or that. Hey, Say, how are you? You either don't give a shit about stealth or build only to maximize stealth score. Very rarely anything in between. Yeah. Be well illuminated. Stealth doesn't matter for surprise rounds as long as their sight cone hits you after you hit them from outside of it. I think it depends. I mean, as long as their sight cone hits you and you're illuminated enough to make up for if they have bad dark vision, yeah. But if you are doing it from, let's say, high ground, let's say the illumination in the area is spotty. For example, most of Act 2 can end up working out this way. If you are not in an exceptionally well-lit area, then it can get wonky. But I did preface by saying, there's a lot of factors here. Illumination is a factor, stealth skill is a factor, line of sight is a factor, whether you were hiding or invisible is a factor, the animation speed of whatever you were doing is a factor, whether you were in turn-based mode is a factor, whether the targets were allied, neutral, or an enemy is a factor. Factor? Hardly know her. That's a good one. I think I'm understanding a little more. It's a complicated area. Complicated enough that there's a whole wiki article that tries to explain it and still gets a lot of stuff wrong, but unlike other things that are, like, not correct on the wiki, I still think that one does more good than harm, so I don't call it out often. But I'm doing it now.
Leave no survivors.
Hey, how am I gonna say your name? Please correct me before I butcher it. Sorry for the lengthy question. No, questions welcome. Welcome in. Was recommended this channel by a friend on Discord. Hope it's okay to ask about a different build. Absolutely, always. Going for a solo honor mode, monk run, and they say Way of Elements better than open hand. Is that the case? Only when using specific gear. It's only for Fire Fang's attack. Wanted to go Lightning Sparkle Hands. Pronounce Re. Welcome in, Re. Wanted to go Lightning Sparkle Hands. The best to stay open hand. So, that's a good example of how to phrase a question with enough context where I can actually give an answer. All the monk subclasses are good. Open hand is very flexible in what it can do. And to your point about Fangs of the Fire Snake, if you are doing anything outside of like Fangs of the Fire Snake or Shaping of the Ice or Water Whip, or Clench of the North Wind stuff, if you're doing anything outside of those abilities on 4 elements, then Open Hand and Shadow are just going to slaughter it in damage output. So if you're concerned about your damage output, Open Hand's going to be better. It's also better in action economy than 4 elements is. The high point of 4 elements is if you look at damage peaks when you are really invested into optimizing around Fangs of the Fire Snake. That's the point where 4 elements and Shadow can both outpace Open Hand at the ceiling of damage potential. Shadow is the winner among the 3, but Shadow Strike is both very late in the game and like really awkward to actually use effectively. 4 elements has Fangs of the Fire Snake from when they get their subclass, so they have the earliest power of the monk subclasses. Because remember, Open Hand doesn't get their manifestations until later. They don't get Wholeness of Body until later. They don't get Key Resonation until later. But Fire Snake is at level 3. So you just, from level 3, you have that absolute crime of an ability. Rage adds to unarmed attacks, worth dipping into Barb. It can be. Keep in mind, it's the opportunity cost if you're giving up a level, and you are also turning off your ability to concentrate on things and cast spells as a whole. So, sometimes that's worth it, sometimes it's not. Like, taking a 1-level dip into Warlock and picking up Hex is more potential damage than the Rage is going to add for you. But obviously that comes with its own issues, like does the Warlock level fit? Can you budget that bonus action effectively for that? Do you want to be concentrating on that? Better is hard to quantify there. Worth is hard to quantify there. But Monk and Barb is a good combo if you want to play it that way. A lot of people dismiss Shadow because it only comes online at late levels, and that doesn't make sense to me, because at level 3, you get bonus action Hide, you get Minor Illusion, you get Silence, you get Pass Without Trace. Hello? And then level 6 is Shadow Step. Shadow is crazy. It's just the damage ability is the one that comes online late. Like adding a Cleric level for Create Water with the Lightning Clutch Sanctuary. I like that idea too. Yeah, if you take Tempest, you can still lean into the lightning stuff. You pick up martial weapon proficiency and all armor and shield, which if you didn't pick that up from starting as like a Githyanki or half elf or something, it can fill in a lot of gear gaps and works out really well. I like playing armored monks, so I like your cleric idea. Thanks for the info. Of course, thanks for the question. It's basically the stuff that makes Gloomstalker so appealing to people. Yes, Shadow Monk gets almost all of the same stuff people like about Gloomstalker at the same level. But it doesn't get the credit, which is wild to me.
Undetected.
Hey, Mick, thank you for gifting us up to Re. Very kind. Much appreciated.
The end comes.
Love when I get Minor Illusion, best way to lure Grimmin under the hammer, one of the better ways. Yeah, I like it for that a lot too. It's also just nice to have. I feel naked without Minor Illusion. It's so useful. Chatters are so nice today. It's true.
Efficient path.
Really appreciate you guys.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Shadow Monk's my fave vibe subclass, also just benefits from being awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. When is Cantrip any good? Shut up, Nico. How much of a role do the Infinite Dogs play for Shadow Monk's effectiveness? Oh wait, that's Sorcerer, never mind. Yeah, I've played Shadow Sorcerer a little bit, but honestly, I kind of forgot to use Nimbus even when I did have enough levels to have him. Braid has been sciencing out. There's some fun interactions between Hexblade's level 6 feature and Shadow Sorcerer's level 6 feature. So obviously you are very, your levels are spoken for in that kind of setup. But it seems really promising, and he was mentioning wanting to do a run around it on stream. So you could expect that at some point. There's a lot of interactions between what the ghosts can do and what the dogs can do, or I should say, what the dog doing. Never seen this before, throwing people in the Shard's Gauntlet. Yeah, I want their XP, and I don't feel like fighting them, so... Actually prioritizing Gloomstalker over Shadow Monk and Trials of Tav. And Trials of Tav's an entirely different builds ecosystem, but I could see the value. Having initiative as early as possible makes a huge difference in Trials of Tav. That makes sense to me. See Swashbuckler and Gloomstalker being especially good for that reason. And balance it out, Quag as a poopy head. I got your poop right here.
Noted.
Kermit Gabe?
To battle.
I don't want it. No, you can keep it, thanks. Oh, okay. Not my queen. Well, that's your queen right there. And she also said that I could keep it, so. been using Lump against the Phase Matriarch. I usually use Lump against Grim just to ensure that the ogres die as fast as possible, but if you do want some help in the fight,
Sorry.
and they're still almost guaranteed to lose, they are good against the spiders. Those are probably my favorite two places to use them. A distant third is Joraxlin. Sorry, Joraxlin. Distant third. Two more Harpers.
Unseen. I pity you. I am death.
So me, getting rid of these Harpers serves a few purposes. One, I get their XP. Two, I could get their money if I telekinesis their corpses out of this chasm. Three, it causes additional replacements to spawn in the act finale, meaning more XP, more items. But the last one is kind of fucked up. A lot of the Harpers and Flaming Fists here in Act 2 had restrictions placed on them by Larian. So some of them will have the extra attack feature visibly, like on their character sheet, but they can't actually use it. The replacements for those Harpers don't have that restriction. So when you use them as summons in, for Gather Your Allies in the Act 3 finale, you will get Harpers that are slightly better combat-wise if you have killed those Harpers that would have been summoned. Back here in Act 2. It's very stupid, but works. Hexblade's Curse had reapply Curse like Hex does, and make the subclass playable again after it was nerfed to Oblivion by removing weapon binding stacking. So, I assume you're parodying something that someone said somewhere, say? Because that sounds like something you would see on a subreddit. I remember when they fixed that bug and people were absolutely livid. They were screaming, crying, throwing their shit at the walls, saying, "Oh, Hexblade bad now." Like, huh? What do you mean? See, also the giant barb nerfs. Yeah. That did also happen.
The end comes.
Almost done with this. Then we're gonna do self-same trial. I think long rest. What they do to giant barb, I haven't tried it yet since it was added. So initially, the damage bonus from elemental cleaver, not only was it its own instance of damage, it also got the Tavern Brawler buff as well. So elemental cleaver, you could have it hitting for about 60 damage in Act 1 with no gear equipped. And, like, that's 60 damage outside of whatever you threw. So, you know, you threw something, hit someone for probably like 40 damage because you're a giant barb. And then another 60. So they made it actually do what it says it does. It's now 1d6 bonus damage instead of 60. When you kill Wolburn here, it affects execution in the story later because quest bugs or something. He deserves death. He does deserve death. Unfortunately, Wolburn surviving to Act 3 is very beneficial for me. It creates a lot of items that are worth a lot of money, and a vendor, even. If Wolburn doesn't make it, then severely limits the quest line he would be associated with. But we can kill him in Act 3. That'll work out fine. I usually just, if I'm going to do that, I throw him in the water right after resolving that whole quest line. But I think I heard things wrong because I heard it added 1d60 instead of 1d6. No, it wasn't d60. It was up to 60 damage, estimating conservatively, instead of 1d6. So original, and I'm pretty sure it still works this way in Tactician. All they did was change it from Tactician rule set to like Honor rule set for damage riders as damage sources. The way Elemental Cleaver worked before the changes was it got Tavern Brawler, and it was an independent damage instance. So you could give it lightning charges. It got, you know, flat damage bonuses, whichever ones you had. And you could make it lightning or cold to capitalize on vulnerability as well. So assuming you, let's say you had 20 strength, so plus 5. It got that, it got your rage damage bonus. Then it got Tavern Brawler. So 1d6 plus 5 and then plus 4. And then it could capitalize on Vul. I think it got other bonuses too. But yeah, it's just a Tactician thing. They changed to Honor mode rules. Where it is simply a damage rider. That is also excluding the other functionality of Elemental Cleaver, where you can make any weapon bound, including bows. Elemental Cleaver allows you to have a force damage throwable, a psychic damage throwable, and a fire damage throwable, when those are things that are not otherwise possible. Without fucking Wolverine Bongle, you won't have Bump Nagel. Yeah. Hey, White Crease. But yeah, Bump Nagel is the Iron Hand Gnome vendor. But then you also won't have, I believe you won't see Barkus again either, so you'll have limited options for getting allies for that quest line. And additionally, you won't get the Rune Powder Bomb from Wolverine, or the 2 Rune Powder Barrels that can be found in that room. And each Rune Powder Barrel / bomb has a base sale value of 2,500 gold. Also, there's a Flaming Fist that will offer you a quest to cut Wolverine's head off. And if that quest is available, there's a chest in the South Span that has about 3,000 gold in it. And you could steal that chest without doing the quest too. I almost always do that. But, so that means inside of 5 minutes in Act 3, just the existence of Wolverine can get you over 10,000 gold. No combats.
When did you turn?
Hi, Captain.
Why? We're with you to the end, sir. But we're exhausted.
Nice stream.
No splitting up, ever again. You hear?
Over 9,000.
We are in agreement.
What are you doing, buddy?
Do you hear something?
It's my
I believe
snack
there's a
for
cabin
later.
near you.
You don't need that. He's sharing my chair with me now. That guy. Come on. Yes, I know you don't like being picked up. I gotta get you off of that. Tried to put my hand back on my mouse and he just put his head in between. Is now like, haha, it's on top of my head. Or get food prepared. I'm Trying to do that not dying thing. So there's these two. Self-same, potentially Oathbreaker, Knight. We'll do self-same. We mentioned Reddit earlier, checked it, and bring back today's Reddit question of the day. Should I keep playing this game? But an average of 15 hours played and the story doesn't interest me. So that's just engagement farming. That's, I'm not gonna say rage bait, that's too strong of a term, but like that's definitely someone who just wants people to pay attention to them. I refuse to believe otherwise.
Within reach.
Common tactic is to ask questions you don't actually want answered just to get people tripping over themselves. To try to change your way of thinking. What the very lonely do online. Okay, stomach, relax.
Another bowl there.
I stake Astarion and kill Karlach every run. Please pay attention to me. Yeah. Those people. Any merit to actually deliver the Iron Flask to whoever it is that wanted it in Act 3? No, not really.
Into the shadows. I smell a trap.
You think that's bad? I've had replies trying to argue. I've had replies trying to argue that neo-Nazis are actually good guys. Reddit's absolutely fucked. Yeah. Common thing that happens over in like the political side of Reddit. I don't know if it happens in other places. Is if you push back on any sort of right-wing rhetoric, a thing they'll do is they'll report you to Reddit saying that you threatened self-harm. So that you then get a message from Reddit advising you on suicide prevention resources. It's the thing that they do. Normal behavior. Spent zero time Reddit, don't even know if I have an account or not. Yeah, I don't post or reply or anything. Because, why would I?
Quickly then.
Did I pick up the DJ gloves? I did. Okay. so I did the self-same soft step. I don't need to do Faith Leap. I already have Verge of the Shadows waypoint. Could have Gale make the Shadow Lantern, but like... I'm not gonna use it. I need to come up with a run where I'm willing to use that, though. Cloaker's dead. I believe all the Moonrise guards are dead. Yeah, it's just Lantarv and Araj. Start bringing companions to Araj. Get gold. Get elixirs. I'm gonna visit Reddit's the rare instances of useful info, like giving spiritual weapon and potion of flying. Yeah, the spiritual weapon post. I still have that open. I haven't actually read that. I need to. There's that. A long time ago, this was like early BG3 days, someone was preaching the value of Hunter plus Oil of Combustion. Of course, that never got any traction, but I do remember vividly this was like a late 2023 post. They were ahead of the times. The mechanic I was talking about a bit earlier, where certain Harpers and Flaming Fist have their extra attack blocked. I picked up that information from a Reddit post, and of course, the people who frequent that sub, being the people who frequent that sub, they interpreted the entire post as Ranger bad. They seriously misconstrued, hey, this specific NPC who's a Ranger has a stat block swapped with someone else, and they should be flipped. They interpreted that as Ranger's bad, as usual, and it's like, but what? It was intensely frustrating. But there are some good posts. They do exist. It's just the culture of places like r/Baldur's Gate 3 and r/BG3 builds tends to lend itself to other things. Hey, Magna Merlin, how you doing today? How can Ranger be bad if they worship Gloomstalker? Because they believe that Gloomstalker is the only good Ranger. Check the journal. Read all three of those. Got the amulet. Yeah, talk to Elminster. Okay, so yeah, let's bring companions to Arash. Watch the wrong waypoint. How can Paladin be good if they consider you only need 2 levels from it? Cognitive dissonance. But there's a lot of times when it'll take more than 2 levels of Paladin. And as a reminder, if you are not building specifically around very specific features, even then, every level of Paladin you add beyond 2 makes your build weaker. It's an unfortunate reality. And that problem has only increased with things like Hexblade getting access to Branding Smite, meaning you don't have to be a Paladin for that anymore. The addition of Booming Blade into the game.
I was hoping you'd come to chat.
Meaning, if you're doing melee attacks you would like to enhance, Booming Blade is far better at that than Divine Smite in a majority of instances.
And lest we forget that
Soldier.
Like, even 4th level smite,
What am I to do?
when hard cast from the bar,
Should you be interested?
it's good.
With one drop.
But it not being a spell
let's chew the fat.
means it's mechanically
Should
held
you
back.
be interested? With one drop.
Means you can't do things like extended spell meta magic to double up duration of on-hit effects. It means you can't use Spellmite Gloves, Gregarious Caster to boost it. It means you can't use Empowered Evocation to boost it. It means you can't do Lightning Blast from the Blast Pendant, which is absolutely massive. It means you can't do Amulet of Elemental Torment, which is absolutely massive. It's weaker.
Should you be interested? I have a particular offer with one drop. There we are.
What's next, I wonder?
Action, not reaction.
Like a child.
An airport waiting to fly in 2 hours? Ooh, I hope you have a smooth trip, Tony
I was
Hart.
hoping you'd come to chat. If you're sure, take care.
Thinking of trying to run with fighter archery style, the heavy crossbow, how effective would that be? Never really tried pure range before. Bows are very good in this game.
Good for you.
Archery as a playstyle is very strong.
Yes. It sounds.
One true way.
And heavy crossbows have high damage output. Just in terms of their baseline qualities relative to other ranged weapons.
Your mind.
Gods. She makes a fail. And I made a mindless blow. Yes, but she won't let me go without making a fuss. Are you sure?
A welcome reprieve. Copper for your thoughts. Sounds boring.
I could still get the 150 XP from knocking out Halcyon right now, but it's kind of like a pain in the ass, and I don't need it, so...
While I'm adept at most forms of...
This vessel is
But his chosen
It's
successor.
risky to enter Moonrise with an unwelcome companion.
Archery style would also help to
You
offset
can
sharpshooter.
pass as a
It would.
official to keep
I would
them
still
close.
not really
You can
recommend
speak on their
taking
behalf if
archery
the
at,
cultists
or
ask
excuse
too
me,
many
taking sharpshooter at
questions.
level 4, because at that point in the game, your ways of mitigating the downside are limited, and you don't need the damage bonus as much. But on a pure class fighter, sharpshooter at level 6 is a good decision. In my own view, if you're doing an archery build. Because by that point, your proficiency bonus has gone up, so you're a little bit better at things in general, more accurate, more damage. You have spent your first feat on more important things for your build. You're a bit later in the game, so you have more HP to survive things living when you don't expect them to. If you miss a shot, if you whiff something, you have more gear, more weapon options, more stat sticks, better buffs. You have more stuff to offset sharpshooter at that point.
What is needed?
Should you be interested? With one drop. There.
Ready and willing.
Should you be interested? With one. There.
well that ends not as
Should you be interested? With one drop. There.
action, not reaction.
Well, I'm waiting. Do you have a different take on sharpshooter at level 4? catastrophic misclick.
Proceeding.
I hadn't planned on hiring a hireling for this, but now I'm gonna.
Oakfather preserve you. Wherever you... I'll...
What's on your mind? I'll...
Indara's dead, so I can't get an Elven Elegance from her. I got one from Astarion. At least I should have. Yeah. The second one from Halson would have been nice, but I just accidentally drank it. So...
This vessel...
we're gonna hire elf hirelings.
Very well.
A dwarf hireling for that elixir could be useful. I don't care that much, though. You can have 3 hirelings at once.
Dost thou require very well?
Normally costs 100 gold. It's the Origin Mirror unlock that's changing that. I don't like that. But pretend I stole my money back, I guess.
No one's stopped me yet.
Blacketh's will be done.
So I guess the about the sharpshooter thing wasn't actually going anywhere. Being contrarian when but with no substance when someone actually wanted mechanical information. Don't do that shit.
If only he had gone further.
Let's move.
Should you be interested, with one drop, there...
Looking ahead.
Should you be interested, with one... There...
Eager for battle.
This vessel is at thy disposal. Do what thou would. Art thou certain? This vessel is. Art thou certain?
How many more?
Without delay.
Well, there's what large eyes you have, the better to see me with, I assume. Ooh.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I doubt I'll use Big Boy's Chew Toy, but it's too good of an item for me to pass up on. Halberd of Vigilance I don't care about. What's left to take care of before Act 2 finale? Not much really, Mick. I'm gonna kill Lantarv here now. And then I'm gonna long rest and start grabbing my buffs.
Unseen. You won't deny me.
It would be irresponsible for me not to take his corpse, so... Better to smother, I mean motorbread, I mean suckle, I mean supple, I mean heaving, I mean giant milkers, I mean...
Energy wanes. Time to rest.
Level 4 sharpshooter, especially with Titan String, is bad, but like the enemy's already dead. What do you need sharpshooter for at that level? You don't. big number for the sake of theoretical big number without the thought for the practicality or application of that big number. Again, like, at level 4, you're not fighting anything that gives a fuck about sharpshooter. They're dead if you hit them, as long as you're optimizing your build competently. You do not need sharpshooter. And the availability of arrows of slaying, for example, which is where sharpshooter gets its big value, that's limited. Level 6, that story changes. Which is why I think level 6 sharpshooter is good. Especially because fighter, you know, can have a feat at level 6. For non-fighter, you're looking at getting into level 8, which is kind of late, and then that can change the calculus. But I find that it often doesn't. What did I just come into? We were just talking about withers and the dairy products. Oh yeah, you got some dairy? Hell yeah, he does. Hope you're well gyrating, dog. I can speak. Ugh, I need more caffeine. Special arrows and early riders with Titan String already can do a fat lot more than sharpshooter for a good while. There is the question of, like, hey, why not both? You could do both of those things together, but then you're taking that hit to your consistency. Why not both? Oh, good thing I'm explaining that right now. Hit rate matters. You do 0 damage if you miss somebody. That should be very obvious. Now, at level 4, when you don't have extra attack, when your options to mitigate the downside of sharpshooter, that being a massive penalty to your hit rate, when you already have few ways of buffing your hit rate, you are taking your damage from a number that isn't 0 to 0. And doing no damage is worse than doing damage. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. Gonna have to do 2 rests here because I accidentally gave myself the shits. Thanks, Halson.
We must speak.
The way she I did what I always did. But a part of me feels sick. I thought it would be nothing at all to it.
The risk reward isn't in your favor that early. It's not.
So, you found the seat.
You found the seat? Hell yeah, I did. What finding they seat? I don't know, how are you?
Oh, my stomach. Not sure that potion was worth it.
It wasn't. I didn't mean to drink it. It absolutely was not worth it. Seat was in the previous scene. Talking about leering, yeah. May as well check garage while we're here.
Like a child.
Arcane Synergy. Keep it around. Doubt I'll use it, but I'll keep it around. There are ways to push in your favor. People insist on it. Level 4 feet aren't doing that. Yeah, and like, I have had this conversation, and only one time has someone presented what I consider to be an actually compelling argument for level 4 sharpshooter on a fighter. And that was pointing out, if you choose to play Battlemaster and you reserve your superiority die for exclusively precision attack and are willing to rest frequently, you can effectively mitigate Sharpshooter. And at that point, it's justifiable. Nobody's making that fucking argument, though.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
I'm making the argument in precision attack and end of turn, right? Well, this conversation that I'm referencing happened long before that, but yeah, now with the advent of turn buffering, Battlemaster can always just turn buffer a precision attack, making that strategy even more effective. Rogue-based Stealth Archer can have advantage every shot for just a bonus action, though. Yeah. But just having advantage and giving up your bonus action for that every turn, you're still putting yourself in a position where your action economy is taking a hit that it didn't need to take. If you opt out of Sharpshooter and instead reserve your action for other things, it works out. Now, sure, you are likely going to want to get advantage to facilitate your sneak attack already, but that begs the question of, why would you take Sharpshooter then? Because Sharpshooter is inhibiting your ability to consistently hit that sneak attack, and it's not boosting it. Because Sharpshooter's plus 10, but it's not plus 10 on your sneak attack. But it is still less accuracy. So, if you bonus action hide to go for that attack, and you miss, not only did you do no damage in the conventional sense, you have no more actions to use, because you have no increased action economy at that point, unless you already hit Haste or Bloodlust that turn, and you didn't do your sneak attack. So you're even more punished by having Sharpshooter when it misses. Also, means you didn't take other feats at level 4. Maybe on a Swashbuckler you can justify taking that that Sharpshooter angle, because you get that initiative. Maybe on a Thief you can justify it, because you have that additional bonus action, and you could just shuffle elixirs a lot. Like, start the fight with Vigilance on, use a bonus action to change. But it's another case of I don't see those arguments being made. Hey, hold on, what? Merkel's coming? Yeah. Also, to circle back around, do you need the damage on that shot with Sneak Attack? No, you don't. Sneak Attack at level 4 is 2d6 on a non-crit. High roll but not max roll on 2d6 is already matching the damage bonus from Sharpshooter. Assuming you crit, it's massively eclipsing the damage bonus from Sharpshooter until you start doing Arrows of Slaying, which, again, are not consistently available at that point in the game.
You an invitation for a private conversation in a more simple...
The no penalty to accuracy on low ground, even with soft, is alright. For like 9 to 10 times if you're attacking from the low ground, you can just mitigate it by moving to higher ground too. Yeah, and like not getting the penalty from being on low ground is fine, but what if you instead played in a way where you got the bonus from shooting on high ground? Like not just neutralizing it, but getting the bonus. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
That must be... There is no point in...
Wouldn't consider Sharpshooter 4 without Oil of Accuracy, Elixir of Heroism, and Whispering Promise, and sustaining access to those things at level 4 can be very expensive. Because your most efficient option to keep that healing going is likely using raspberries, which there's a finite supply. There's, what, like 90 to 100 raspberries across a playthrough? You're only getting access to maybe 20 of those in Act 1. using them in that way means you're also not using them for emergencies. You're probably not finding spoiled tarts until Act 2. Sure, you have the dwarf meat and the gruel, but you're not going to have too many of those. Dwarf meat is heavy. In theory, if you had everyone, every hireling, every companion, and yourself all disguised as a halfling to get 2 servings of gruel, then you're looking at what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could have enough gruel to sustain that, but then you wouldn't have that as free heals. But that's to sustain the Whispering Promise without hitting your action economy. Having enough oils of accuracy to maintain that gets very expensive. Sure, a Transmutation Wizard Crafter can keep that online for longer, but it's still going to become an issue. So you then have to carve out time and resources to make sure you can craft those, which is likely going to be stealing, which is hard to do safely at level 4, at least from alchemy vendors. So you would be looking at stealing from people that don't get mad, and that would be slow, because that puts you at a position where either you're lunch moneying Mole, you are abducting and then stealing from Damon, abducting and stealing from Mattis, all of which are slow. Pain in the ass. Maintaining Elixir of Heroism is also awkward. Between Blurg and Dareth, you can get enough of the mats pretty easily, but that also gets expensive, so same issue. All of those resource-related problems feasibly go away at level 6. I should mention. Level 6 is the exact point at which Rogue picks up their second expertise, so it, helps with your stealing stuff if you're going that angle. It's the exact point at which Fighter gets their second feat. It's the exact point at which Wild Magic Sorcerer can come online for stealing things, functionally guaranteed. It's the exact point at which your Transmutation Wizard Potion Crafters get a lot stronger by getting their first feat, assuming you're doing the Bard setup. So yeah, level 4 Sharpshooter sucks. Level 6 Sharpshooter is good. Not just okay, I would hazard to say that it's good. Can apply the same logic to Great Weapon Master. Figure I should bring that up. So that Great Weapon Master gives you action economy. Even if you're not using the damage part of it, so maybe a bit more of a solid argument for Great Weapon at level 4 than Sharpshooter. That doesn't really matter much, though. You can get that bonus action economy other ways. So if I'm going to Drake Throat on my summon weapons, I need to get those summons online before I lock into the act finale. I want to keep them healthy long enough for me to be able to use the aid scroll on the Myrmidon that I'm going to summon once we hit level 11. Let's go get Nightsinger's Favor. You want to try Bladesinger Wizard with no consumables? Not really. Bladesinger I just find to be terrible. It's just not a good class. Because even if I'm going to play it, I'm ignoring Blade Song. Like, especially if I was playing it with no consumables, I would just be gearing as if I would gear any other character. I would wear the armor, I'd get the critical hit immunity. And I would just be a regular old wizard with no subclass, but with extra attack. It would be kind of like this, but worse. Because I get extra attack from Valor Bard, I get gear proficiencies from Valor Bard, I have wizard levels. It would just be this, but worse. Yeah, Bladesinger Reforged is awesome mod. Highly recommend. Almost did it. I believe it. You know what you're doing. Hellbound 1. I just can't say that it's something that I would want to do. Not because of difficulty, it would just feel bad to me. At that point, why am I not another kind of wizard? I think Bladesinger's super good. No, Wizard is super good. Bladesinger isn't. Kill yourself 4 times fully. Yeah, but you can do that through other means too. With no consumables, it's harder, I guess. But like, Necromancy Wizard heals on killing. Abjuration Wizard just doesn't take the damage in the first place. Meh. I don't have Mage's Friend on. Divination Wizard also probably just doesn't take the damage in the first place because they can force people to fail saves, they can force themselves to succeed saves.
A pleasure.
Quickly then.
And the price of that that full heal that you get on Bladesinger, you have to be squishy. You have to put yourself in a position where you are taking damage that has to be healed off anyway. So, like, you cannot Bladesing if you are wearing good gear. That's the issue. In Act 3, it gets easier, because Helldusk Helmet allows you to actually have that critical hit immunity. You have more robes that have higher AC. You have Bone Spike Garb for finally a good damage reduction option. It gets easier at that point, but like Abjuration's still better, so meh. Abjuration Wizard getting hit by a nuke. 'Tis but a scratch. Exactly. Like, at level 2, Abjuration Wizard is so tanky that goblins don't even try to attack them. Meanwhile, Bladesinger at level 2, you have to lower your armor class to be able to use your feature that increases your armor class by slightly under the amount that you lost. Like, you're giving up maybe 5 AC to get 3 AC. Can Bladesong be end turn buffered? I'm sure it can be for Bladesong charges, yeah. That would reduce the restriction of number of times you could use it, but it doesn't get rid of any of the other downsides. You even get crit prevention 12 Bladesinger? Yeah, in Act 3, like Hellbound 1 said. The Helldusk Helmet is clothing, so you can wear it. Adamantine shield, not allowed to wear it. Wearing any shield, using any weapon that is not Bladesinger approved, wearing any armor that's heavier than light, will impede your blade song. No, Control, the BG3 directory was not always a Roman numeral. Like, I saw that, and they changed, like, change annoys me. But yeah, they changed the Twitch category from Baldur's Gate 3 to Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I noticed that. It's the first thing I said in Soblack's chat last night. I was like, I don't like this. Darius' fight with Merkel for Bladesinger is getting a lot easier by just using protection from evil and good. Yeah, forcing disadvantage makes it unlikely for him to crit you. And you do have the option of remaining out of melee range. Like, I have completed runs without critical hit immunity before. The no looting run that I did, where I had a lot less access to consumables in that run too. But the issue for me is you don't gain anything by doing that, because you can do that on every other class in the game too, while doing the things that Bladesinger can't do. So it's not that Bladesinger is strong, it's that it can get away with things by doing stuff that every class can do. Whereas the other classes could be doing those things and having actually good features. That's my issue with Bladesinger. 6 attacks, 48 Shadowblade? Yeah, other casters get Shadowblade too. Everyone can get Shadowblade from a ring, not the upcast version, but the ring version of Shadowblade can be used to do even more powerful things, like you can throw it on a giant barbarian for massively more damage, for example. You can upcast Shadowblade with any flavor of wizard, any flavor of sorcerer, any flavor of warlock. Warlock gets extra attack. If you wanted to get extra attack with an upcast Shadowblade on another wizard, all you have to do is dip into sorcerer for 3 levels to get Shadowblade in your spell list, and then you can upcast it to a 6th level spell slot too. So you could go 6 levels into Bard, 3 levels into Sorcerer, and then 2 levels into Wizard. And at that point, you have Abjuration School damage reduction, you have extra attack and gear proficiencies from Bard, and you have Shadowblade from Sorcerer. Or you could skip Sorcerer at that point, just get Shadowblade from your Abjuration levels. Like, there's ways to get that without having to be Bladesinger. So you could do the same thing, but better. But if we're talking about solo class, okay, if we're talking about solo class, you play Abjuration, and you don't care if you are getting fewer attacks because you're taking 0 damage ever. Oh yeah, you can upcast Shadowblade on Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster as pure class as well. That's true. So, like... And I want to be very clear, this isn't me saying Bladesinger isn't viable, because you can make everything work. Just, it's not really ever a better option than anything else.
You bow, or you break. Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Be a lot better if it implemented in their tabletop form. It would be. Hi, Chris.
Eager for battle.
Take a bit of a shortcut with some of my buffs here. I'll do it.
I am fury. I am death. Victory awaits.
No, the way that worked out wasn't favorable for me. That's okay.
Swift and lethal. Taste my fury. Indolence breeds madness.
So excited for Blade Singer ended up being a huge letdown. I was skeptical because, like, the idea of, okay, here's another defensive wizard subclass when Abjuration is what it is in BG3, I was like, this thing has to clear a high bar for me to think highly of it, and it did not clear that bar. And then it also had its issues. Hey, Machete. An episode or two away from finishing I Can Speak today. Ooh. Andor Season 1, fuck, it's so good. It's so good. I need to do a full rewatch. It's so good. For me, Abjuration's just cheating. It is strong enough that, yeah, it's kind of like, oh, well, of course Abjuration's better. But it does need to be mentioned. There. Go here. Here. Killed Merkel. No cons, just stand in front of him. Took all the damage he could deal to me. Abjuration's insane. Yeah. Yeah, it is. What is this build? I'm working on, College of Valor plus Necromancy Wizard. The idea is I do standard swing around weapon stuff while I have very buffed summons. So I have dark vision, you have dark vision. Well, have more of it. Now, elixirs. I think they all just get vigilance. Do I have the mats for them? Barely.
Maggots will be done.
I don't think I need Connor for anything more right now. Also, for a full honor mode party, guess an alerts one of those feats gets even better in a squad. It's neighboring turn order mechanic. Should pick it up as my first feat on everyone. Yeah, it's, alert is just always going to be very, very good. Now, that is not me saying it is always the optimal pick. That is not me saying you need it. But the impact of alert is always massive and should never be underestimated. Solo, it's great. In party, it's also great because, as you said, shared initiative. Getting 4 people acting before any enemy gets to is, unsurprisingly, very powerful. I probably rat bat Merkel. But I want to do Silver Sword stuff too. We get sword before Act 3, kill Dragon of the Rider in Act 1. I mean, you can. I just disarmed him. You can kill him, but it requires some additional setup to break some cutscene triggers, but you can just disarm him. He'll teleport away. If you succeeded, then the sword will be on the ground.
Rested enough. Now, forward.
These to ask.
Assume nothing.
Armor trick uses wild shape? No. Which is the most reliable way? Beastmaster Companion's Bear Companion at level 5 using the Honeyed Paws ability is the most reliable. I'd say second and third in that order would be using a Divination Wizard to force Voss to low roll on the saving throw on various disarms. Pick one at that point. And third place would be using a Trident with high strength. But other options are, you can have Swashbuckler do their Flick of the Wrist, you could have a Battlemaster do their Disarming Strike, you could have a Bard or Druid use Heat Metal. I would not really recommend going for the Command Drop strat, because Voss has advantage on those saving throws, and your spell save DC sucks at that point in the game. Going for his strength is not too much better, because he's got good strength and proficiency, but he at least doesn't have advantage there. Going for his dexterity or his constitution, or doing Honeyed Paws because it's guaranteed, are ideal. And Swashbuckler goes for his dex, Heat Metal goes for his constitution. I get 100% Honeyed Paws. It's not 100% there, but it's a guaranteed disarm if the Honeyed Paws attack hits, which you can get up to, like a 96% hit rate. Did you drag throw out any other weapons here? I don't think so. Divination Wizard Roll20 Honeyed Paws. So, like, this is a solo strat I was referring to. You need 2 people to do Divination Wizard and Honeyed Paws, or you would need to be level 7, which level 7 by that point is, unlikely. But sure, you could. Note that that Divination Wizard would need to be very close. Physically. And it's so far from necessary. Besides the Drake Throat, is there a spell that does the same thing that stacks? I don't know if they ever fixed it, but there's an exploit some people have done to stack up the buff from Drake Throat on a weapon multiple times. I am not super familiar with whether that still works or not, though. Not something I ever do. Honestly, how you love the game and how knowledgeable you are, and people on the stream, just good. Occasions keep coming back time to time just for chill and chat. I appreciate that, Matt. That's very kind of you to say. Alright, what we're doing here is region traveling for Drake Throat Glaive to buff all my skellies. Quag collects people who know at least a bit about the game and keeps them enslaved in the basement. No, no, no. They're not enslaved. They're prisoners with jobs. The Song of Rest or region travel refresh? Yes. GG, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Welcome, Raiders. Have I done a summon run where I can't do damage? Yes. Pacifist Heroes with Mark the Power Hour. It was a duo run. I need to figure out which Skelly.
Action, not reaction.
Two of them done. You.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Sure went well. We're in Act 3. Just did you hear his quest? Game crashed at Worms Rock right as we were entering it. Ugh, game crashes. The worst. I hope you didn't lose any progress.
Blackets will be done.
Okay. So, I think I'm gonna leave my summons here. Actually, no, I'm not. Need to get them Shield of Faith. Acuity actually counts for Mortal Reminder. Didn't know that. I don't know if I knew that. Maybe I did. I don't know. It's been some time since I played Great Old One. I should change that. I really like that subclass. Fiend is still my favorite. Note, this is not me saying Fiend is the strongest. Fiend is my favorite Warlock subclass. But, I do really like Great Old One, too. Fiend strongest. Fiend strongest. Heard it here first, folks. Spread the news. Oh, no.
Proceeding.
Oversight ring, so we can't use blindness on me. Ring of poison res, so Ray of Sickness won't really hurt.
Show no mercy. As I was taught.
Yeah, I don't really feel like being in combat, so it's stunned. No, fine. Take an opportunity attack there, I guess. Okay, good fight. Can't believe he called my fave complete and utter shit like that. Yeah, Peric. Listen. I have grown and matured as a person since those unfortunate comments. I was on sleep medication. It was AI generated. Well, look at my ukulele.
Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a flask.
Last time for chatter greets you with a harrowing elegy.
Freely, the god, but
In your mind.
A lot worse if not for helping a friend.
Aye, same as us, I expect.
Go get some head from near. Suffered from dihydrogen monoxide intoxication. Uh-huh.
Let's have a look.
The decaying corpse lies before you. The head.
What they're saying. At least they're peaceful.
Could they accomplish?
Remember to buy throwables from a melon.
Fuller. Somehow you look worse than last.
We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
What else do I need to do? Oh yeah, the sharp buffs. Which I should do first, so I have better Riz for purchasing things, but it's fine.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Do like Wall of Ice. Can pick that up later though. I'm gonna buy a lightning bolt because I don't think I have any. And they're just nice to have around. I should do the same with chain lightning. I should still go kill Aaron and the rest of the druids. Forgot that I haven't done that yet. I'll go get the sharp buffs first, I think.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Brawler Mucus, Dareth. In front of chat? You're gonna give me the nasty in front of chat? And their collective salad? Okay. There's no light armor option to get from Grim, right? Just medium and heavy? Yeah, medium, heavy, and shield.
Of course, it was Bibberback.
Oh, it was Bibberbang. Remember that asking chat GPT for the best build bit? Wasn't it something like Paladin Hexblade? It was something like Paladin Hexblade, but it also included features that aren't in Baldur's Gate 3, but are in Tabletop. So, much like Redditors, chat GPT doesn't play the game.
I was hoping to speak to you as I want you. Careful.
Not for his wit or wisdom. He'll just make an excellent shield if we're attacked.
You're right, sorry.
This vessel is this.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Need to do a transmutation wizard run. I want to mess around with transmuter stones. You can use them offensively pretty effectively. They're good for setting up arsonist oil on targets. I don't have nearly the amount of supplies that I want. I can still make it work, it's just mildly annoying.
Action, not reaction. This vessel.
I think I need that. Do still need to carry Drake Throat for a while. Good for now.
Onward. Anything you want to say?
Alright, now we go get Morning Lord's Radiance. And then we go get the Char buffs. There's still 2 more summons I'll have in the act finale. We will have Scratch for the purpose of freeing Dame Aelin. And we will have a Myrmidon. Probably an air one. Probably. I don't see why I would want to do fire. Water's pretty good, but I think air makes the most sense. Air Myrmidons can get a 2-turn stun. Much like how Soulbreaker is amazing because it's a 2-turn stun. The Raging Vortex is also pretty good. Early I didn't sell my Warhammer. I wouldn't do a careless thing like that. Right, chat? Baldur's Bait 3. Well, that's a different game. I played that one though. But yeah, they changed it from 3 to Roman numeral 3, and it scares me. I don't like change.
Standard weapons are sufficient. I will take my pick.
Didn't grab the Great Axe. Or Battle Axe. Because I accidentally sold a battle axe, or what's happened here? There's the ceremonial warhammer. Visually impaired. Always funny. That question I had about a spell that works like Drake Throat, Paladin gets elemental weapon, won't stack with Drake Throat. Yeah. Drake Throat Glaive's Draconic Elemental Weapon is effectively a special version of that Paladin spell.
Objective noted. Where have I gotten to? I feel not even a touch of curse.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect? You feel
Silver Sword gives me advantage on all of these. Circlet of Psionic Revenge gives me +1 to all of these.
Can you turn
Ring of Protection, Cloak of Protection, Bless, Bliss Force.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing? Oh. An altar to Shah.
This'll do.
So I'm now at 20 Charisma for a bit, which is nice for my bard-based spells. My Wisdom, or excuse me, my Intelligence is up to 13, which means my spell save DC is not shit for a little while. That's also fun. Maybe go for Heat Metal. And also switch to this now.
I shouldn't linger.
W-Riz. I want to open with Silence. Prevent you from casting stuff. Silence is an action refresh. A ritual spell too, so good opener. Forgot to coat my weapon, but do I care? I care a little. athletics failed, by the way. You okay, buddy? Hey, don't shove me. Hey, Pigeon Monday. The other day I heard you say something about certain spells when you use trigger combat mean you don't lose your action once turn starts. Remember hearing Blight? You mind explaining that? So, whenever you hear someone refer to something as being an action refresh, that is what we're referring to. There's some spells and abilities that just work this way. There is a list pinned in the BG3 channel in my Discord. It would be a Twitch command, but it would be too long. The character limit is too long. There's quite a few of them. Do long rest buffs wear off if you're traveling from Act 2 to Act 1 and vice versa? Only if there was a forced long rest. But otherwise, no. You're welcome, Pigeon Monday. Juicy poison.
That should more than suffice.
There. There's a section about Ratbat. I mean, we've discussed Ratbat at length there. There's not a post about that.
See if there's anything you need.
After the Paladin run I did recently, I did do a bit of a write-up on the theory around when Divine Smite is and isn't good. So that's a useful post. Gloves with the balanced hands. I can afford. Shouldn't, but we'll do it. I don't want Cinder Snap gloves too. Do it before I talk myself out of it.
Tick.
Alright, what else do I need to do? Oh yeah, now I go kill Aaron. Sorry to be annoying, bit of a tech noob. Where to find that BG3 sheet in the link section? So, if you go to the Discord channel, it's called Baldur's Gate 3, and then, assuming you're on desktop, towards the top right of the screen, there's a thumbtack icon. It says pinned messages. You go and click that, and then you scroll through pinned messages. The most recent one is Milak posted a useful script extender console command for bug fixing a certain thing. But then the second one is the Divine Smite post that I mentioned. The next one's a link to the Bladesinger Reforged mod. The next one is a post from Rox explaining some of the mechanics behind Bladesong. Then there's a clip from Trade explaining special arrows. Then there's some memes. Then there's Trade's damage sheet, some useful mods, some strats. Like there's a bunch of stuff. If you scroll down for a while, you'll eventually see action refresh combat openers, and it's a post that I update as it's relevant. Kill Aaron, kill Aaron. I've done Astral Knowledge, but don't need it. Thanks a lot, appreciate it. I'll find it. Looking forward to diving into these resources. Happy to help.
We must speak.
It'll take a while for... Of course.
Anything I really want from you? iBite would be cool, but not in need of that right now. Haven't bought Rain Dancer yet. Let's get that.
Undetected.
Violence isn't.
Hey, what's iBite? Careful. I bite. Haha. I said the thing that Astarion says.
Make way.
Like we need a separate challenge running wiki, just no one would want to maintain that. Yeah, it would be rough. You do get Necromancy Wizard's heal off of Psionic Backlash kills, which I think is very cool. No heat metal.
You bow or you break.
Sorry, Silver. You got in the way. Got off the presentation, I accidentally written small business load approved. No mock-ups. That's how my day is going. just a small business load, okay? Maybe my business load, please respond.
take my pick.
Emerald Grove Victory Royale.
Into the shadows. Taking my pick.
Kill Nettie, kill Nettie.
On the move.
Wrath gets to live. Would it be unprofessional to message my coworker that I cleaned up the load to let them know I fixed it? It would only be unprofessional if you left off an emoji afterwards. Like this one, for example.
Wanes. Time to rest. Securing.
Imagine if Wrath had his own rat bat instead. A Wrath bat. Him sending our report back. Oh no.
Violence isn't tolerated.
It's a shame violence isn't tolerated. I guess I'll go elsewhere. Trouble you to toss out any quality of life mods you suggest to someone not taking runs super seriously. I don't actually know. Origin dialogue tags is one that I really like. I use that one. It lets you know, like, where you got a certain dialogue option from. Like, maybe it came from you being Lae'zel, maybe it came from you being a Githyanki, being, you know, a fighter or whatever. It gives you more information in that regard. And I like that. Things of that nature is what I like. The overlay working today. Sometimes it needs a shot in the arm. Have a nap.
But I cannot fault his ambition. A steady hand is needed. Not luck, skill, the correct outcome.
It's off on Twitch overall. Update must have borked it then. That does happen.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well.
Maybe they broke it by changing the name. Could be. I could get more XP by killing off the Myconids and killing more of Last Light, but it won't get me to the level by itself. Currently, I think we're on pace to... Let's see. With the Balthazar fight, the Shadowheart dialogue, then the prison fight, we should hit 11 right before Ketheric? Maybe I do want to kill some Myconids. insulate that a bit. Oh, don't like cats? Okay. Yeah, OIO is decent. I prefer the lighter version that has less information, but yeah. That's a good shout, Sunra. Do I have hashtag allies for servant? I don't know. That just kind of happens. Rude of you to knock me prone. Gonna lurk for a bit. Have a great stream. Thanks, GG. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate you.
Onward.
Found and taken.
Well, the Myconid's on the other side, too.
Battle has taken its toll. I should rest.
That should more than suffice.
Yeah, Song of Rest is just absolutely insane if you're region traveling in a run. Like, I'm not even going out of my way to abuse it right now. It's just so available.
Unseen.
Blood has been spilled on hope.
Effort to actually get in a fight there. Hey, Zach.
Make way.
This is not very much XP. This is just kind of ensuring that I hit the breakpoint I'm going for when I want it. care about
Without
that.
delay.
Okay. 3.3, that's close enough. Gotten all the exploration spots. Done all the quests I care to. Yeah, I've been live for 2.5 hours. Let's, go beat the game. Or not beat the game, beat the act. You imagine, alright, now we're gonna beat the game. Yeah, have all my buffs. I was about to say, yeah. We're doing that speedrun routing already. I got a few run ideas rattling around in my head. I do want to start Expedition 33 at some point. Just, see how the vibes are. Suddenly, it's Gale from the top rope with the orb. My god, it's Shadowheart with a steel box. Ayo.
Objective noted. A welcome reprieve.
It's
Plan to do
about
the
time
tenacity run at
Carson
some point by
actually
any
stepped
chance?
up and joined us
Yeah,
today. He's
I
certainly
don't.
been taking up space at
So the two
council.
ideas that are front of the line for me right now, Mick, are the tenacity run and the dungeon lock with restricted resting. And I don't know if I want to combine them yet, but like the next run will be one of those two, if not both.
Oh. I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
This must be where initiates undertook their final preparations. The end is near.
Flaws, sort of? Flaws?
One true way.
Just so.
This must be the last step.
Nothing. Shadowheart continues.
All right. No need to dash in ahead. Some prayers are.
All party. As you said, curl. This individual doesn't seem particularly fond of you. Perhaps a gift.
Oh, that's crazy. Wonder how that happened. Hey, Roland. Remember to get Connor? Yeah, he's in my camp chest. Thank you. Be interested in watching you abuse the turn buffer tech and a monk for tenacity. Maybe that fits in dungeon restrictions using end turn tech. I don't see how the end turn tech would fit in with tenacity just now. What I'm thinking about. I do think the extra reaction tech could be interesting though with that. So maybe like I want to do Punch Drunk Bastard stuff in Act 2, but in Act 3 what that probably ends up looking like is Main hand tenacity weapon, offhand duelist prerogative. Got a question, Tavern Brawler apply to owlbear attacks? Yes. If your wild shape is not holding a weapon, it'll apply to everything it does, or every damage attributed to you while you are wild shaped. It's insanely broken. You could poison someone a bunch of times with Purple Worm Toxin, then wild shape, and then Tavern Brawler would apply to that damage. Just note that if you are using a wild shape that has a strength modifier of less than 0, Tavern Brawler will be applied as a damage penalty. And note that if you do self-damage while wild-shaped, that will also get your Tavern Brawler bonus. So, for example, you can't really use Psionic Overload safely with the squishier wild shapes if you have Tavern Brawler, because you'll just die. Like, if you try to use Psionic Overload and you have Resonance Stone on you, you turn into a Raven, you're just gonna immediately lose your wild shape. Attacking Alchemist Fires might be more efficient than attacking enemies. Often is, yeah. You can put Purple Worm Toxin Vials next to someone, say, and attack those. And it's very effective. I'm finding, I don't know what that first part is, Sunrock. Less powerful damaging than Bare Fists by the end of Act 2 with Drunken Master, Tavern Brawler. I'm missing a piece here. Punch Drunk Bastard. Yeah, it's not a monk weapon, inherently, so you don't get your bonus action stuff off of it. Which is a bit of a shame, but is what it is. Slightly encumbered, but like, do I care? I guess. I'm now a Dark Justiciar. Stomach relax.
Into the shadows.
Throwing way more brine than I need to, but I also find it funny. Quite get it all the way up there. Get it there though. Would have been better if Balthazar beat me on initiative there, but that's fine. Yeah, the appeal of Drunken Master for Punch Drunk Bastard is at level 3, Drunken Master gets their passive that increases the duration of drunkenness for them. What it actually does is replaces all other forms of drunk with one that has longer duration and no downsides. But that makes it easier to maintain the effect. It's either attack and counter charm. It's the easiest target. These Hoots Hoots should work well for both Punch Drunk Bastard and Drunken Master, yes. Yeah, the Act 3 items work nicely for that. You've got the Amulet from Hoots that increases the duration of drunk effects by 5 turns. The Robe sold by Severn is, like, okay. Wouldn't really go out of my way for it, but the Amulet is good that Hoots sells. You could also get the Carafe of Ever-Flowing Wine, or sometimes Acid, from Akabi. And the way that item works is every day it'll pick either wine or acid, so you can long rest until you get the desired outcome. For the whole day, it will be the one that it is at the start of the day. But if you get it on a wine day, then it's just an infinitely usable alcohol source. You don't have to worry about carrying around a bunch for carry weight or camp supplies purposes. Hey, Mark. Yeah, I don't know why they changed that. It's come up a few times. It's like, okay, but why though? Yes. Look at Counter Charm doing Counter Charm things. Hate it here, now you can't stop using the thing. Why do you hate Counter Charm so much, Exile? You should be taking credit. You're the one who said, haha, next thing you know, Quag's gonna find out Counter Charm's good, and then I used it, and then it was. So you're proof that, hey, using things makes you know more about what's good in the game. Like, you should be proud. Are you not entertained? I want my summons to start catching up.
Off I go. No time to waste.
Just a little bit further.
Boots of really fast blinking just aren't fast enough for you. Yeah, you just didn't have time.
Words of faith.
On I go.
Blessed Night Singer, witness my adoration.
gas blank mark when he's about to what file his taxes. When he's about to be a positive influence and supportive friend. When he's about to paint Dren like she's a wall at Home Depot. Sorry, one of those wasn't right. Too soon. In the crowd yet, man. Not how stores work. I've been going to Home Depot wrong then. Is that why they kicked me out?
Objective noted.
Yeah, we can bury people. There's caskets and you can put them in them. We had a His Majesty funeral. When the ghouls killed him. Oh, and yeah, there's the burial mounds next to the Grand Mausoleum Waypoint. Those two. Forgot about those. And if someone wants to be a tree, you could put them in the tree stashes over by the swamp in Act 1. Or the hollowed out part of the stump for the Investigate Kaga quest. We gotta start stashing corpses in weird places now. It'll be just like high school.
As sure as night will fall.
Let us have words.
I have felt you coming. The first in a century.
You, who have come to seek the praise of your wicked goddess. You, who have come to drive a dagger through my heart.
It is my Lady Shah's will. You should be honored to be part of her plan. I know I am. Her fate is mine to seal. Let me handle this.
The fate you seal is until you feel, and Night Song is not blind to your conflict.
Because you must.
Behind that raging.
And what do you propose to do, little sharp? You will much let out.
Why are cats fair play while teaching children or not? Save the cats, man.
We need to leave. The Night Song will be headed for Moonrise Towers.
Do not get the spear.
Better get there.
For the Lady Shah's spear. We did. It's just, as soon as you get in the Shadowfell, there is absolutely nothing stopping you from yeeting it over the edge. And if she doesn't have it, she can't kill Aelin. Now, I have enough approval that she wouldn't do it anyway, but, like, why take the risk? If you're ever worried about Shadowheart doing that, just... yeet.
I felt, but then
Shadowheart looks distraught.
Not alone. You have me.
Abandoned.
I suppose I do, don't I? You've done more to help me than my faith has in recent times, if I'm honest. Thank you. There's been something between us for some time. A connection. More than friends. I recognized it, but didn't act on it.
Pretty sure we did act
I
on it.
thought my faith was the most important thing in
I mean,
my life.
and unless you know what the inside of all your friends' mouths tastes like, which, based.
I've squandered too much time already. I want to be with you. Now and always.
Huh?
Do you want the same?
Yeah.
It wasn't too long ago that I could never imagine smiling again. Shows what I know. Nightsong promised she'd tell me something about myself. I need to
Atmosphere is
speak
good,
with her
though?
as soon as I can.
No, it isn't.
What she said to me back in the Shadowfell about the wolves. That's no coincidence. She took flight to hunt down
The
Ketherick's
one that I'm still gonna get anyway because
All I can
Aylin's still
do
gonna
is
give it
help
to
hasten
Shadowheart.
his demise,
No, that one sucks,
and
but I can
hope
still get it.
that answers soon follow.
An efficient path.
But again, to be clear, it is garbage. Yeah, these burial mounts. The Shar version? Yeah, that one's good. I would have to kill Aelin for that, though, and that's not the route I'm planning for this run. Blood Olithander still does more damage. That much is not true. But the issue with it is it's just a +3 spear, and, like, if you are going to use a one- or two-handed piercing weapon, there are many, many, many really good ones that offer more value than that.
As long as we hold this floor, the tower is ours. I'll stay here. Ensure no one comes up or down without a scimitar welcome. You're close now.
No context related to Bimini Solid, Sour Cream and Onion, Blue Raspberry Slushy, or Crash Bandicoot. Let's go Blue Raspberry Slushy. Alright, Jaheira, peg me.
Well, certainly waiting.
Eager for battle.
There will be time to talk when all of this is done. Wherever we go, ye gods.
Chose Piplup. I'm getting back my bet so I can learn Pokemon. Platinum? Ooh, Piplup's fun. I like Piplup. For the people.
Indolence breeds madness.
There will be time to talk when all of this is done. Ketherick will not wait on our pleasure, nor jump on his sword without.
People proof. I want a slushy Slurpee. Did you say that after seeing Jaheira in her underwear, or was that for the other part?
Without delay.
No, Jaheira makes me crave having a strong female figure as a role model in my life. You look at Jaheira and see mother. I look at Jaheira and see... I mean... She's definitely the wholesome, supportive type when I play Dirge. So definitely different dynamic. But also, she's cool, so therefore I am down bad. No, but jokes aside, Jaheir is my favorite character from BG2. I was looking for my water bottle. It was in the microwave. Not really surprised. Should I be? The water bottle goes in the square hole. Water bottles in microwave, that's why I felt off lately. Oh, is this like the new Mercury's and Gatorade or whatever? Reach from around. I don't have much AC, they just suck and they're attacking with disadvantage. Why'd I get cold infusion? Wait, did I get cold infusion because Armor of Agathis hit me? What? Oh, no, it was from the ice storm. I still had that. I forgot that I did that. Okay. I was gonna be incredibly confused. No, it was because I did the ice storm. False alarm. Part of me really wants the Soulbreaker. Ain't gonna. Petra. How far am I on this run? We're going into the Act 2 finale now. Level 11, I will be as soon as one of these enemies dies. Sorry, 2 of these enemies. I was lying when I said that. Yeah, that is a soldier in spell. Wizard level 5. Let's pick up Counterspell because there's no scrolls of it. Don't really care about any of these other spells, for being honest. I guess Lightning Bolt or Fear would be the most useful. Lightning Bolt. Cool. Level 11. Means 6th level spell casting.
You were witnessed assaulting.
Nope. The animations, that's way faster than I thought it was. Oops. No turn buffer on that. It's okay. I'll use Spellcrux to get that slot back. Not a big deal.
I am fury. I am death.
This guy's tanky. Base armor class 16. Doesn't have dark vision. Grab that right now. It's fine. I have a scroll, surely. I don't need to worry about it. You want an elixir? What's your initiative? +4? Yeah, you want an elixir. It's okay to want things. Oh, level 11 is also a Booming Blade upgrade. Can your weapons be coated? Cannot. Sad.
Time to strike.
Alrighty then.
I'll go collect my other summons. Or the other summons? I left them over here at this waypoint so they wouldn't be at risk.
Undetected.
Don't step into the holy fire. You all can do this. I believe in you. Just don't step into the holy fire. It's very straightforward. Simply don't do it. Azer. At least I can heal you. Right? Yeah. I'll learn to Timmy. I did.
Back here, Shocker! Shocker! Back here, Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! Back here, Shocker! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! Back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Where will the chasing be occurring?
What have you done? What have you done to me? If unlike Isabel, you have beaten me.
Rise, you dog!
Time to strike.
This will help Aelin. Well, he's dazed, stunned, frozen, and prone. And his percent has been emptied. Look, his aura of protection turned off. Is that a Warcraft game? Frozen prone? Capitalize on the vault.
Swift and lethal. I am fury. I am death.
Boy, this guy's making it endless. Just hit. Oh. Hey, Lid. That's better.
Enough.
That tentacle was colossal. How can such a thing be possible? Time to rest.
Dazed, stunned, frozen, and prone is me when Big Lady. Spent him in high school. Oh. Me the day after a night out drinking. So the idea behind the reverb was to knock him prone to turn off his aura of protection, just because I think it's funny. Because Paladin's a bad class, and everyone should be reminded that Paladin is a bad class. Anything interesting I could do here? Ooh, I could get the Infernal Rapier for a Cambion, and that's another summon I could have right now who could benefit from the weapon stuff. But I won't care about that later when I'm using the Diva.
The hole yawns.
Whose hole is yawning?
Tafki. Tower's gay infection runs deeper than I thought. Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
I'm gonna leave the summons behind. What's the route I want to take here? Let's get redstone first. Hitting up Starbucks, can I get anyone or their holes anything? I should probably secure some kind of food too. I can wait. But thank you for the offer.
Prepare the march, my chosen.
Trying to get the Death Shepherd. There. One door there, one there.
Let my name be known. Taking position.
Saw the Burning Greatsword did a double take, so I thought it was the fucking Everburn blade. Dade. Oh, the Everburn Dade. Oh. Baromancy, let's go. I mean, using the environment, but if you want to call that Baromancy, sure. It doesn't go good with anything? I'm sure that's not true. Danny more like, Banny. Got him. See?
Joy, I feel? It's terrible. And incredible.
Play Zell when the antidepressants kick in.
Mole's my patch. But what's become of the child?
The console. It is incomplete.
Oh, that's a reminder to everyone. Take your meds. Danny, you are tall and not bald.
Welcome back, Master.
The way is opened. The reward better be worth the effort.
Rest Souls. We were having a bit of a longsword discussion recently. This is a good one. +1 built-in bonus psychic damage. Good weapon maneuver. Strike. Once per short rest. Good weapon. You don't see me use it too often because I'm often doing something more focused, but it was a run Trade used a lot on his most recent Warlock run. Definitely earned its place. Have you ever timed just how fast you do the brain puzzle? No. No. Did I pick the thing up? No, I didn't. ADHD be like, I don't actually need it, because, like, I have advantage on Int already from Silver Sword. Later, Morpheus. Later, I'll have stun immunity from Baldurin, so there's never a point in the run where this will actually matter. But I'll just get it. Int? No, I meant pint. Hell yeah.
Pretty. I guess you're no willing guest of the gate. Well, I use your tadpole. It raised, touched my mind, and they all. And I.
And now let's get us.
By the one in the void, this stench could choke an Yogi master.
Living mate, not for long. Time for jump. At last. No more chop. Chop.
Brain buff do advantage on intelligence saving throws. Base armor class. Then mage armor helps.
Descend, assemble, prepare.
Blackets will be done. Into the shadows. Still in shadow. Quickly then. Unseen. You serve my purpose. You won't deny me. Taste my fury.
The sorcerer wants to spend more than just their luck. Ayo. Buff, please.
General Thorm was attacked.
Misunderstanding. Buff me.
Given. You should not be. I have go. Let us have words. Gather yourselves. You are on sanctified ground. Speak only if you must.
Seek your blessing.
It is not my blessing. I am merely a vessel for our Lord Merkel's will. His shadow falls across you. Go forth and reap.
So cool. So much aura. That is 10 temp HP, and while I have that temp HP, I do extra necrotic damage, and I have resistance to cold. Can Disguise Dirge get the buff? Unsure. Don't know off the top of my head. Thanks for testing.
A whole fleet of Geich nautiloids. How many thralls has the Absolute infected? I will not know failure. An efficient path.
Can't get this blessing as Dirge. With the Dirge, you get recognized on site by her. If you send someone else ahead, they can get it. I don't know if disguising allows you to get it as Dirge or not. I haven't tried that in a while. I don't play Dirge very frequently.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. This must be where they infect and transform those they kidnap.
See how I got stealth successful there? Somehow? That prevented the surprise round. Here.
Brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. Harvesting all the larvae indicates they are getting ready for something big.
Missed a button. Let the Ilmater arrow damage instance get extra fire on top of it. Elemental infusion. It's a special arrow. 2 instances.
Naming hells. Time is running out.
By Grazit's... Your other controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority.
Appreciated, of course.
Good, ignorant thing.
If I didn't see the necklace. Maybe next time. Now, I shouldn't risk my army here. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Did they fix the Wanderer's Clubs thing? I think they maybe did. Cool, good for them.
Ignorance breeds madness.
Your tad every, but there are others in the pods. The device is open to your tadpole.
Victory awaits.
Hands of Lord's Aura. There we go.
Taste my fury.
He's my McFlurry. Take 1 damage.
Time to strike.
Anything I can do productive here? You go over here. Do that. Good job, team. That's unfortunate. Summon's secretly good.
I didn't think I was going to make it. The others, the ambush. Tell me they survived. No. By the time I regained my sense, if there are any more survivors to be found, I'll find. And
Indolence breeds madness.
The action economy is secretly good. Big if true.
Repositioning. What lies within? Smell. I can feel it in my throat. I'll never be rid of it. There'll be hells to pay for this.
Hey Elena, how you doing? Alright, shovel, you're no longer needed. I require the services of the goodest boy.
Eager for battle. Proceeding.
Go here. That should be enough. Need this. Right. So that'll be Song of Rest. It'll allow me to get Shield of Thralls on you. Here. Lightning on your weapon. here. Long Strider on Scratch. Gets that. The info, everyone. Also have mage armor. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll go down to the fight. Okay, I'm back. Also grabbed a snack. Alright. It's got shield of thralls, except for me.
Enough time wasted. Battle awaits.
Did I put Long Strider on us? I did. No, us does not shield of thralls. Whoopsie. Gotcha, buddy. I need you on the platform. Acer, I don't need you, but you are on the team.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. One true way.
Boots of speed here. Guess that makes sense.
Into the shadows.
No longer. We've found it. The
Use 8 on the summons? Yes, and I forgot to do so. Thank you. I'll do that right after this cutscene.
You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
Oh, the general voice. Is this where we salute?
Salute, yes. With cleavers through his blood-starved flesh. How it crawls with failure, like flies on lick-wet carrion.
You forget yourself, Orin. I've played my part.
You built an army for our masters, true enough. But what of the astral prison? A rogue true soul flaunting it under your nose all this time. And you ran from her.
Sure that they would follow and deliver it into my hands here. If you would cease these distractions.
The distractions have been yours, Ketherick. Perhaps we never should have dug your daughter up. So you haven't lost your edge. But you're still not as sharp as Orin, I wager. The Slayer against the Undying One. That'd be fun to see.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews. Again, 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 again. But he must lead the murder march to Baldur's grave.
If the weapon is truly in your grasp, Ketherick, might I suggest closing your fist? Orin and I can wait for you no longer. The plan proceeds. We're going to the city, and we expect you to follow. Army and the weapon in tow.
The Edict of Bane.
The lash of Thor.
What's the name of the mod because Gortash that drip? The Tyrant of Flavortown.
The Testament of Merkel!
An elder brain. One of the cruelest and most powerful creatures in existence. Enslaved by mere mortals.
There we are. It wouldn't do to fight in front of our guest. Behold, Duke Ravengard. The Absolute.
You wag your...
Now. And Keth...
But perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased from it. I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant.
Nah.
Repent? Would that even be possible?
Did I aid? I forgot again? Nah, it's fine.
No.
I was too locked in on the cutscene. I don't need it.
No repentance. No release.
Besides, there's only 3 aid scrolls in the game, and I highly doubt I'll need one of them here. So, just means I have more for Act 3. Although at that point I could have Standard 2 been doing some aid, but it still means I could use them pretty much freely in Act 3.
He is here. He is watching. He is listening. He is...
Toasty. So fucking cool, man. It just doesn't get old. It's so cool. Chat, what are some of your favorite boss intro cutscenes in gaming? Doesn't have to be in this game, just in gaming. Gravemind Halo 2? Hell of a first message, Flammable Chimp. But yes, absolutely, that cutscene goes incredibly hard. Elden Ring has a few really good ones. I really like the Godfrey one. That's probably my favorite one in that game, at least of the ones that I can recall right now. Or not the Godfrey one, the Horaloo one, I guess I should say. Yeah. Virgil, yep. Melania goes hard, Midra. Ooh, yeah, that is a good one. Flame Lurker from Demon Souls, Nameless King, Dark Souls 3. FromSoft has a lot of these, yeah. Maybe not a boss per se, you don't fight them right away, but the Big Daddy in the theater in Bioshock. No, I think that'll count, Jester. I would count it anyway.
I will ascend. I am fury. I am death.
Gotta head out, much love. Take it easy, Dave. Thanks for stopping by. Raging Vortex is an action refresh, because of course it is. Getting stunned with them cool, but it's okay.
Time to strike.
Share the love with Aelin here. What? Yeah. Aelin now has a Cloud Giant elixir on. Okay. Now you. Here. Skelly number 1. Skelly number 2. Skelly number 3. Who is not gonna get oil of combustion here, I don't think. But the Skelly is gonna get sharpness. Get Merkle the Bussy. Working on it, JD. How you doing? Team. Now us. Good job. The Mind Flayer down. There's a scratch over there. It's fine there. We're surprised. I don't need to do much. This is unfortunate, but not unexpected. I will move Scratch over here. That did kill the Necromites. So now I'll keep us here for dealing with Involicers.
To match your soul.
Aelin, you can fly. Did you? You forbore? She forbore. Hey, Proudmore. Fighter for its club weapon with other weapons along with a strength modifier. It's because the Rat Bat is one of the strongest weapons in the game. Look at the combat log here. See how there's this piercing damage? For Merkle itself, that's not immediately too much of a big deal, but it counts as a separate hit. Rat Bat is very good. Whatever two-handed weapon you like, just know that Rat Bat is stronger. Didn't need to do damage, just needed to provoke the reaction. interesting here. Oil of combustion.
I will ascend. Time to strike.
Essence Club looks like a simple club. Nope, it's the Rat Bat. Did give him thunder immunity with that vortex. That's okay. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Oh. Scratch. Doesn't look cool at all compared to look this club Everburn Blade, for example. Everburn Blade is a regular greatsword that's on fire. You can make any greatsword look like that. And I think a bat with a ton of nails covered in blood is incredibly intimidating. I get advantage on this, so we'll do this.
I am fury. I am death. Victory awaits.
Coral. Crit. Yeah, I'm done. Start doing this. There. Another one I have to deal with. That's two over there. Set every blade on fire, right? That every blade's unique and look. No. Model the blade? No. Rabat's bugged or just OP? Just OP. No bugs. Say the lack of description for the piercing is a visual bug. You could say that, it would be wrong, but you could say that. Some items just don't tell you everything they do.
I am fury. I am death.
The miss is unfortunate.
Swift and lethal. I will ascend. Victory awaits.
That miss was very unfortunate. Suck. Combat inspo. Come on, Aelin, lock in. Thank you. With the crit, even. Like the lack of including +2 to attack and saves while in combat and Wave Mother's Cloak. Does it do attacks? It's armor class. But yeah, Wave Mother's Cloak doesn't tell you exactly what it does. Wolverine's Hammer doesn't tell you that it has bonus force damage when used against objects.
My lord, hear me.
Bunch of items that say they only work on themselves, work on other things, and vice versa.
Nothing. I am forsaken. You have no idea what you've done.
Checkmate readers. Reading sucks after all. Could have been faster if I'd remembered to equip Potent Robe at the start, but oh well. Read D's, got him.
pick our
all those
way
bugs, or at least errata, there's something devs can fix. That doesn't mean that they're bugs, though.
You have my sword.
They can choose to intentionally omit information from descriptions.
Then we fly this foul place.
And it happens regularly enough that I would say that they're pretty clearly intentional things.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Like the Wolburn's Hammer one, especially. Because the intended sequence of that is you go get his hammer, you give it to him, and he uses it to bust out. Its intended use of... just its intended function is breaking objects. It has bonus force damage, not listed on there. Clearly it's intended to be better at breaking objects. Now, whether it's a good decision for them to intentionally set up things to not work as their descriptions do, I don't think it's a good decision. But bug implies that it's an unintended outcome. And can you, with complete certainty, say that you know the intent behind certain decisions? I can't. Is his hammer decent? Not really, it's just a magical light hammer. It does bonus force on objects, so like if you're hitting inanimate objects, it works, but meh. Other than that, just a regular old hammer. Make it a game, make just the description of items, just wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? You give Wolverine any hammer though, right? Yeah. Yeah, any bludgeoning weapon, well, any bludgeoning weapon I've tried, he takes. Like, I usually give him a torch. Even equips ogre weapons. Have you tried that recently? Because like there used to be a time when you could equip ogre weapons, but does that still work? Because I have to do that next time if that still works. I've never seen that.
The body is cooling, but energy radiates from the stone.
When objects have resistance to damage, like have to do minimum X damage is applied to each type individually, or the total damage done. It applies to individual numbers. So you need to clear that number, you need to clear that threshold all in one damage number lumped together. So if you have a bunch of bonuses, like let's say you are swinging a maul, and you have a high strength modifier, and you're proficient with the maul, and you put a diluted oil of sharpness on, and you have the shadow cloaked ring, those will all be bonuses that'll be adding to the bludgeoning damage. They don't create new instances, they combine into one number, and as long as the aggregate of that is above the threshold, it'll work. But if you do something that's divided into multiple numbers, it won't. Like if I swung my rat bat, the piercing isn't going to contribute to getting through that.
A temporary reprieve, but a welcome one. With a brain on its way
That
to
makes
the
sense.
city,
No problem.
its influence here is weakened. The crown's
What are some ways to increase the damage floor of a weapon? Just boosting strength and vulnerability to damage type. So, increasing the damage floor, you can view it as anything that is a damage increase whenever you hit with the weapon. That might sound very straightforward, but something like Caustic Band, that's +2. +2 on the floor, which is more of an increase to the floor, on average, than something that's like Strange Condo Ring, which is 1d4. Now, average roll of that is gonna match that, and on a crit, you are going to at least match the Caustic Band. But if you're focusing on increasing the floor, Caustic Band is going to increase the damage of your worst outcomes on your damage rolls when you hit more than other things are going to. So, good for damage floor. Callous Glow is 2, and it goes on multiple instances. Callous Glow is great. It's just damage bonuses. That's why I said at least errata, which are typically errors of description as other informational text within a word. defined as deviations from full and complete description of mechanics and or operation. Yeah. I used to play Magic the Gathering. The discussion around that topic is, you know, anyone who's played knows. I get where you're coming from.
One of them I know, Lord Enver Gortash, an arms dealer and a slaver, a worshipper
Laver.
of Bane, the god of tyranny.
That's how the Emperor knows Gortash, because Gortash stole the Emperor's slaving operation.
It is most likely she follows Baal, god of murder. Ketheric was a follower of Merkel, which means the Absolute is a front for the gods of death, and our enemies are the chosen of the dead three.
Game definitely rewards experimenting and trying bizarre combinations, so it totally makes sense why things aren't 100% described. They don't want to hold our hand in this game we're meant to discover. While I appreciate the sentiment there, I am of the opinion that I think everything should do what it says it does. I don't think it's a good decision to have unlisted effects or things that work differently than the effects. I don't think that's a good thing. I just think that inaccurate descriptions or incomplete descriptions like that is not something that I would classify as a bug in every case. Sometimes, yes, not in every case. But I don't think it should happen.
We prepare for the fight of
Especially given a lot of things don't do extra, but do the opposite of what's written. Yeah. And some where technically it's being honest with you, but like in a that doesn't make any fucking sense kind of way. Like Boots of Speed. They say, your movement speed doubles and enemies have disadvantage on opportunity attacks against you. So this is wrong because there's a couple of extra words. What this actually is your movement speed doubles, kind of, and you have disadvantage on opportunity attacks. Because it's applied to you instead of enemies. Now, that one could be a bug. I've not looked into the code on that one. But the description is wrong. Whether it's a bug would depend on, you know, what it's meant to do. Whether it's meant to do that, or it's meant to do what it actually does. And then when you involve intent, I'm not the dev, I don't know. But this doesn't do what it says it does. Blood Helldusk gloves. So this doesn't tell you that throw attacks get kind of both of these effects. A throw will get the fire damage that weapons would get, but can apply the bleed that unarmed can do. And that's not mentioned here, but there are gloves that specifically do mention throwing. So, like, incomplete descriptions, you know?
Thinking on all that your
Battle has taken its toll.
It's better for planning, theory crafting, max damage, whatever strat you want. I think it's better for every kind of player who cares about game mechanics in any capacity. I think it's better for them to be given actionable and accurate information. I think accurate descriptions should be a priority. But no matter what you think the intent behind it was, and I'm not saying anyone's more or less wrong than anyone else here, we can't be sure of their intent, and we can't be sure that every instance of something not reading like it should wasn't intentional. Again, Wolverine's Hammer is one of my preferred examples there. And then if you look outside of this game into other games and genres, which doesn't necessarily have any bearing here, there's lots of games where the intended gameplay loop is discovering what things do by using them. Now, I don't really agree with that for this. That's not what I want, but here we are.
Our enemies spread like rub rot. Treat one patch, and 2 more bloom in its place.
D&D 5e description boots of speed. Play where these boots. Okay, so in 5e they work as described here. So using that information, if they're meant to be an implementation of something from 5e, then it's a bug that they don't work that way. That one's pretty straightforward. It's got source material to look at. So you hear it, get it? Just saying. Heard.
Aren't you? It is good to when you these chosen when we reach they're beyond.
Thou dawnest, while time is precious.
I don't give them enough benefit of the doubt to consider let's hide some cool things. Players have to experiment, find out where we lie. And I get that. I understand your perspective there. I just choose to moderate the urge to call everything that isn't understood or explicit a bug, because that's a rabbit hole that people like to tumble down very deep.
You're here. Good. That's good. Me? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just worried about the kids. Maula's still missing, and they haven't taken it too well. I've been trying to cheer them up. We're writing a song together. But I think they're just humoring me.
Sure, they appreciate it.
Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we play together?
Sure.
Yes! I've missed this. If you can't keep up, don't take it to heart.
So, this is a Bard-specific perk. If you do this with Alfira, you get 1 use per long rest of improved Bardic Inspiration. So it's a D12 Bardic die. Pretty nice. Changing the description doesn't seem very hard for someone to go in and adjust some strings and code. Of course, I don't see the code, so it's a terrible assumption, but all the things that they prioritize fixing, assigning an intern to make changes to descriptions seems doable. To me, the way I interpret that is one of those things where resource allocation, if you're only going to have so many people working on the game, especially if you're planning on going to your next game, and also if the loudest of the player base are not asking for those things, but are asking for other things, you're going to allocate resources to do the most popular things, or the things you wanted to do internally before pushing updates. You're going to keep to those sort of schedules, rather than, okay, let's fix every little thing, because you couldn't fix every little thing, not feasibly and not without a lot of resource allocation. So, like, subjectively, I would really like resources to be allocated to improve game stability, fix inaccurate descriptions, fix bugs, fix save file corruption issues, but there are other problems that it would be self-centered for me to say are not as important. Like, people have had a lot of user interface issues, people have had a lot of issues on consoles, crossplay issues, story progression blockers. Like, there's a lot to it. Consider things like descriptions, extra tasks, containers fundamental to game integrity. I agree with you. You know I do. You know I do. You know I want the core game mechanics stuff to work. But people who focus on that stuff are not the core audience. You don't have to like that. Nobody does. But it's the reality. And this is why in half a dozen patches to the game, they focused on fixing certain vendor-related exploits, because those are the things that got a lot of traction in the places where people discuss the game the most. That's why any particularly egregious exploits used in very popular YouTube content were more likely to get addressed than bugs that were reported by regular players, even early on. It's just how things be.
Aelin! Isabel!
One that I've been complaining about for years now is the Amulet of Baal does not work in honor mode. An item that the game directly tells you to go get in order to be able to beat the game. An item that you have to acquire if you don't want to exploit your way through the door. For every origin except for Dark Urge, you have to get it to beat the game. It doesn't work in honor mode. It never has. I would like that to be fixed, but it hasn't been.
That somehow it was all a nightmare Dawn would undo.
I had no dreams at all. Nothing but darkness. And when I woke...
Those were for Dark Urge either? Dark Urge either? So it works as a key, and that's all it does. It doesn't... The listed effect of causing things to bleed when you hit them at full HP doesn't do anything in honor mode. It works on lower difficulties, but it has never functioned on honor mode.
Are you all right?
I will be. And you?
In this moment, I want for nothing.
Love their community support, but sometimes they focus too much on using YouTube content to meter for fixing things. I think that's emblematic of the current relationship between gamers and developers, more than being a this game issue. This is far from the first instance I've seen of devs listening too much to questionable sources based on surface level analytics.
May he rest in peace at last, now that he's dead. I have more to thank you for than I knew. And we have much.
You also know that every time they fix those exploits, all they did was tweak the requirements for them to be effective. Iterating another layer of containership, which tells us the underlying mechanic must be accessible to the player in some degree for trading and bartering to function. Yeah, they will never be able to stamp out that. Just like how they have had difficulty getting rid of the freecast exploit. Now, I think in the most recent hotfix, they took another stab at it again, based on something SoBlack was saying. I haven't tried to do freecast stuff since the hotfix, though. But that's another one they keep trying to fix because it's very popular. But they haven't managed to. My personal wish is that the Helldust combat actually worked and let you see through darkness for quite late game items. It's a shame that doesn't work. Yeah, it's extremely annoying that it works that way. Neo Deus Machina. It's very annoying. Like, all of the other items that allow you to see through magical darkness allow you to actually do things in magical darkness, but the Helldust helmet is missing that part. So it's very annoying, and you still need to get an outside item if you want to do that kind of gameplay loop.
It's a great... Well, the way I hear it, the fighting's not done yet. You need to resupply.
My cat, you're a good boy. My cat is catting. Look at this cat.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
I don't really need this globe. I don't even know why I want it. Mechanical death is an item supposed to have. There are definitely instances of just wrong wording, but items that mechanically do more as stated, just another thing at some point you have to use an item to see what it's actually doing. Yeah, that's just a thing in... I feel that's a thing in any game that has itemization more complex than items are just damage numbers. Yet, I don't necessarily agree with games being designed that way. I want to make that part absolutely clear, but that is the reality of how they are designed. He's a good boy. Recast another similar example. To now drop a shovel and pick it up in order to spam recast rather than just take any action, simplest of which is donning dolphin clothing, like undies. Tweak the hotbar so you take something off, put something on, but not both in quick succession. Usually off-on works, but not on-off. Happens all the time in WoW. People abuse trinkets from older content, so it's gotten to the point old gear now gets disabled when new season starts. Doesn't surprise me. I think Rathanel mentioned that too. Very handsome cat. Yeah, he's a good boy. I'm debating if I want the Mighty Cloth for carry purposes. You definitely won't drop it if I kill her at this point. I'm level 11, so she's selling shield +1. It's fun. I do want the Mighty Cloth. See if I can sell enough. Want to take advantage of having good prices at the moment, thanks to the char buffs on my Riz.
Just tell me what you need.
Still gonna kill Tally for her stuff. I just gotta trigger this squid dialogue first. Now, if I wanted more XP,
there are many more battles ahead. But if we are to succeed, good, all together.
I could kill everyone here except for Aelin, obviously. But I don't need that XP right now. And I would want to leave Barkus and Wolverine. Yeah, even without going super crazy on XP in the finale, this far in. So let's talk about other XP stuff that I didn't do. Obviously not coal mining. I didn't kill Elminster this run. That's an extra 1,000 I could have grabbed. Didn't kill as much in the Myconid colony as I could have. Didn't kill as much in Last Light as I could have. Didn't trigger the fall of Last Light. Haven't killed any of the Harpers and Fists at this stage of this quest. Sister Lidwin is still alive over there. I can go snipe her. Didn't do He Who Was quest in the most XP positive outcome. Didn't do Grimforge quest in the most XP positive outcome. Missed a few things in Act 1. And then the Exploration XP optimization discovery that we made last stream. Say suggested testing a dolly morphing and then going into exploration spots and seeing if it's still triggered, and they did not. And they are able to be claimed later. So we can sneak through those spots using dolly or polymorph to get them at higher levels. And I estimated, just rough guesstimate that that probably adds about 3,000 XP into the run. So if we include everything I mentioned that I didn't optimize particularly well, let's say that rounds off my current XP to 10k remaining to level 12. There's still all of the XP in the interlude. It's with the monks and such. So I think that we're starting to get close to non-coal mining, non-multiplayer level 12 in Act 2. I think we're getting close. Just a couple more discoveries like that, and I think it's within reach. Because the exploration delay tech, in theory, could use that to delay almost every exploration spot until level 11. And also in theory, that would be a spot at Moonrise. That would be 3 spots in the Mountain Pass. All tier 3s. There's also 3 tier 2s in the Mountain Pass. And that honestly makes pretty close to that 3,000 estimate alone. That's even without the tier 1s and the other tier 2s. Does playing co-op give more XP? In very specific circumstances. It causes more imps on the Nautiloid in that first combat, where Lae'zel is forced into your party. It causes extra brains on the beach, the Intellect Devourers. And having a party size of greater than 1 causes more enemies to spawn in the self-same trial, which is also more XP. You could do that one with only 1 player, but a party of 4 if you wanted to. But, the multiplayer XP thing I was talking about more specifically was if you have 2 Tavs in your game, then there's a feature called Wither's Wardrobe of Wayward Companions, and it's meant for if you're playing on-again, off-again co-op with somebody, and they're not in, you can store their character for when they're not in the game, and then pull them out when it's time for them to join again. But you can use this if you have 2 Tavs. You can have the second Tav put the first Tav in, and then when you take them out, a thing that happens whenever you add any companion to the party, their XP will get equalized to the highest XP among recruited companions. And what you can do with that is blast through the game doing minimal content until you get to Act 2, then you go save and recruit Minthara, who is, no matter how far you are in the game, no matter what your level is, no matter what content you have and haven't done, she is always minimum level 6. So you can use Minthara to fully skip, most practically, levels 4 and 5. It's hard to be any more under-leveled than that at that point, but you can use Minthara to skip full levels. And then, as long as you have 2 Tavs, you can have Tav 2, put Tav 1 in, take them out, then have Tav 1, put Tav 2 away, and then you're good. You can go back to only using one of them.
Curse this heart of mine.
Just tell me what you need.
I'm gonna put all these in the bag so she can't use any of them.
Late.
Undetected.
An efficient path.
To battle.
recall correctly, getting Will to the camp is bad news because Mizora will steal Moonrise Exploration. Plus Minty will always also steal it. To my knowledge, Mizora does not steal Moonrise Exploration. Because we had that Mizora cutscene on the bridge in this run, and I still got that exploration spot. The trigger is way farther in than where Mizora shows up. Does that happen if you go to Moonrise without doing Goblin Camp first? They just despawn? Yeah.
You serve my purpose. I will ascend.
Misses, man.
Action, not reaction.
Nine Seeming Scrolls. Yay.
Objective noted.
And more Sunbeams. We have 16 Sunbeam Scrolls right now. Anyone need any? Evil Bard, Utilitarian Bard. Software.
I will take my pick.
Oh. I never used the fog cloud on Merkel that I thought about doing. Oh well. Another run. I do want the throwables from the nurses here. And I almost forgot about it, so. A little bit of post-Merkel cleanup.
On the move. Let my name be known.
The obnoxious bug game break lets you get your golden dice without any effort. At least shaves off a lot of time asking for a friend Kappa. Sorry, we don't answer questions that have Kappas in the company policy. Tell your friend I said hi, though. I'm mostly joking. You can skip the final boss fight by telling Gale to blow himself up there. But the brain is one of the easiest bosses in the game, so it's not really a shortcut.
Let's have a look.
My energy wanes. Time to rest.
What lies within?
Sister Lidwin. Frame rate's not great in this area. Not sure why. Odd.
Within reach.
The doctor's teaching. Still not feeling better. Let's see if I can help you. Now.
I'll try to steal it.
Undetected. Mastery in all things. Mastery in all things. The correct outcome. Mastery in all things. Success. As expected. The correct outcome.
Cool.
Quickly then.
It turns out doing Gale Kamikaze before Merkel doesn't get golden dice despite credits roll on the screen. Yeah, because it's a game over. You didn't finish the game. Why would you get golden dice?
The Absolute's forces will march west. Fall.
Merkel's only half finished. I mean, the narrator will straight up tell you, yeah, a lot of people are gonna die because of this. This just isn't good. I guess I guess the Absolute's done, but this isn't good. You even get Elminster looking really, really upset. And also, you never went to Act 3. On a more meta level. almost surprised and upset, like, even he didn't expect that would be the outcome. Well, he did expect that that'd be the outcome. You can even tell him when you run into his construct in Act 3, hey, you don't seem surprised to see Gale alive. And then Elminster's like, yeah, I trusted that he would figure out what I was trying to tell him. Elminster did not want Gale to do that at all in any capacity at any point in time. Now, whether that was out of just concern for his friend, or whether that was also, you know, collateral damage, probably both. Meanwhile, Mystra cares neither for Gale nor for the mortals that would die from Gale obeying her orders.
Maggots will be done. Orders and bandits, but never darkness itself. I dare say we could part all the seas of Tyrell if we so wished.
Needs to work on his communication skills then. You're not wrong.
We must speak. What do you know about me?
When you feel Shadow, your mind joins with Shadowheart's.
My parent.
You have been forewarned for what is to come. And see the
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much. The druid Halson had some... As a matter of fact, that can't... Tell me, have you... That's quite impossible. As there's not a... Isn't it? Oh.
Any gods that are good in this game except Jurgle? Jurgle's not good.
Didn't you? What the fuck was he doing down there? Is all of this because of him?
Guess you could argue Selûne.
Absolute. How?
Selûne. I'm struggling to think of a second one. Which makes the underlying plot points where, in particular, Shadowheart, Gale, and Minthara all have a lot of enmity towards the Divine. Ketheric as well serves that. It's very much... Astarion has dialogue towards that too. I forget who he's talking to. Danny would know this, but Astarion has a banter line where he'll mention that he prayed to every god and none of them answered. Illustrate? Not really, like, in the game. Mentioned, but not in the game. Selûne's uncaring at best. That's as good as you'll get with most gods. Yeah. Guess you could make an argument that, like, Tyr, who, again, is only mentioned, is good, I guess, but Law is not always good. It's complicated.
He has to die.
Jurgle helps you defeat another brand, wipe out many races. Doesn't that make Jurgle good? No. The Emperor helps you defeat most of the enemies in the game, and the Emperor is extremely evil. You can make a deal with Gortash to try and subdue the brain together. Does that make Gortash good? Minthara is a companion who can join the game and help you defeat the Netherbrain. Does that make her good? Astarion, if you allow him to ascend, he benefits from the sacrifice of 7,000 souls and actively starts monologuing like a comic book villain in every single one of his dialogues for the rest of the game. Does that make him good? I'm not going to talk to Shadowheart here, because that's the dialogue that changes her hair. Yeah, Jurgle is the reason the Dead 3 plot started. They got their divinity from him. Bro got bored of being a god and was like, alright, I'll make you a deal. Divvy up the power, do your thing. I'm out. Literally played dice for it and he lost on purpose. He threw. He didn't want to be a god anymore. He balances and then gets out and talks smack. Yeah, a good thing to keep in mind is that entities that act in towards the cause of balancing things in this setting, that does not mean they're good. There's an entire plot point about that in Baldur's Gate 2. That's the substance of Jaheira's personal quest, where she's dealing with corruption in the Harpers. The Harpers, under the guise of doing it in their quest for balance, they are trying to paint the player character as evil so they can kill them, whether they are or not. Now, you might be evil, but they don't actually know that, and they don't care. So a big part of Jaheira's questline is her finding identity outside of the Harpers, and using her personal moral compass rather than the ideology of the organization that she's been part of for a very long time. And in this game, druids are very much about balance, and Halsin kills children, abandons his responsibility at every single possible opportunity. And of his disciples in the Emerald Grove, only one of them is a good person. And that good man still does nothing until the last possible minute. It makes him neutral. Yeah, because balance is neutrality. And if good is on one side, evil's on the other, and you're going for neutrality, you are categorically not good. Something centrists.
Volo carefully, the needle finds the gap. The needle.
Oh, bother.
Volo carefully withdraw. Volo slowly tap.
Do you feel that? Ha! There appears to be an amount, though.
The actual only good god of any importance to the plot is Selûne. Yeah. And Selûne is not above reproach in this context, because like you can make some very good arguments that she could have intervened earlier in the series of tragedies that befell Ketheric, Isabel, and Aelin, her own child, but she didn't. Now, yes, I know there's rules about the gods interfering in things, but the plot of this game is a series of instances of the gods interfering in things.
armies trample these grounds. The absolute...
Go here. Check the journal, make sure I'm actually done with this map. Can't think of anything I missed. She could have had prevented Shadow from falling prey to her sister's followers to do anything about that. I don't know if that one was necessarily that simple, but she could have interfered in that at a later point, yeah.
You have triumphed.
Daddy AO will delete them if they step out of line. But that's the thing, 2D dude. There's degrees to it, and there's definitely a degree of influence you can exert without getting AO involved, because we see Shar do it. Sure, you can make the argument that by this point in the setting, the Dead 3 aren't, like, fully divine, so they don't count, but, like, you see Shar directly doing stuff, Mistra directly doing stuff, and they're greater deities in the setting. They're like, big deals. Hell, you can even personally piss off Selûne and Umberlee to the point where they interfere in combat against you. The enlightened centrist will look at a starved child and a soldier participating in war crimes and say both are equally bad, then goes home to jerk at a questionable material. True, Sora.
Sergeant, if you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure, and preparations for my inauguration are complete.
No, Lord Gortash. We were interrupted. Another quake in the lower city. More severe this time.
So you came cowering to
Isn't
my
being
chambers?
neutral inherently bad? Like, you're not stopping the bad, but in this case they kind of are, so that makes them not completely neutral? No, that doesn't make them not neutral at all, Raid. Because if I apply that logic, okay, Gortash could... Yeah, this guy, this evil guy, who's doing evil shit right now. Both these characters on your screen right now that are evil. Let's say Gortash shot a puppy in front of you. That's evil, right? Let's say he said shooting puppies is bad while he shot that puppy. Well, he said something good. So does that make him neutral?
Your plan is falling apart, Lord.
Evil people can do things that you can't directly construe as evil in a vacuum, because reality is complex and, like, things don't exist in a vacuum.
Neither of us expected the prison bearers to kill Ketherick. They'll be traveling to the city. Let's make sure we give them a Baldurian welcome.
Like, Gortash is very polite to you when you're interacting with him. He's downright cordial. He'll invite you to his coronation, he'll tell the Steel Watchers not to attack you, he'll compliment you, he'll express respect for you, and he never lies to you. Does that mean he's not evil? Again, Minthara and Ascended Astarion are unequivocally, beyond a shadow of a doubt, evil people. Yet they can help you. They can help a good aligned party defeat the Netherbrain, beat the game, roll credits. Does that make them good?
My blades will
No.
thirst again.
It means they did a thing. Not that they did good. Raphael offers you food. Evil people don't offer you food. Everyone's blonde now. Just Gortash. Depends, look at Sylvanas, god of wild nature. Animals dying is a bad thing, and also a natural thing. Does that make him evil? Right. All that's required for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. Cries in 2025.
Beyond the
Yeah. Everything's subjective and you can talk about it for hours. Personally, I don't think there's a definite 100% answer to this question, which is the best outcome. I agree. The only good god is Maklumpa. All hail Maklumpa. Maklumpa told me that they were gonna lower everyone's taxes, but you gotta give me your money first. I'll hold it. It's for Maklumpa.
objective noted.
We're talking about Jurgle, Gortash, person responsible for the mess, just because he isn't bad to me, absolves him. But Jurgle doesn't inherently do bad things in the game. I don't know his lore. So, you don't care about the backstory if someone hasn't done bad things to you.
Open up.
Is what you're saying. Your concept of morality is completely selfish. And you do not care what anyone does if they don't do anything to you? Is your take? That's your unironic stance here? Once again, Jurgle is the reason Bane, Baal, and Merkel are gods at all. And the only reason... Jurgle even tells you this. Withers, he tells you this in the game. It's dialogue that's in the game. You can ask him why he's doing this. It's his job. He's not doing it because he wants to. It's his job. So if your personal moral compass is entirely defined by things only matter if they happen to you, well, that's your prerogative, but I think that's a rather red flag position to take. Hey, Quartz, how are you?
Communication is key.
I was supposed to sacrifice myself to stop the abs. I can't fathom how such a one, as luck would have it. You'll.
It's a rather popular position these days, some would say, Quag. Yeah, sure, you're right. And I am more than willing to call everyone who operates that way out for being devoid of empathy. I know people don't inherently have empathy, it's usually something they only pick up through some sort of struggle of someone in their personal circle. I get that. And it's not an inherent moral failing to lack that sense of empathy until something happens. But people who gleefully run around like, yeah, I just don't give a shit because it didn't happen to me. Like, oh, yeah, well, fuck you then. Like, the same people expect you to care when something happens to them. Like, that's not how that shit works. I, for one, think it's pretty cool to want to minimize collective suffering. I don't think that's a fringe position. But hey, cries in 2025, as Madame said. Hot take from me, I don't like when deities are compared to the standards of mortals. I can understand that, but I would also contend that art mirrors life.
But an all who carry the sort of with her together, I have. And what will you liberate the true soul?
And that one of the cornerstones of finding connection with media you're consuming is drawing parallels between life and the art.
You will not sleep.
We're under attack! Fight your way to the portal. I need your help.
In my best interest.
Infinium Fear!
I could kill them, but I don't need the XP.
I'm here. Help me. I'm under attack.
Up with the skull. Is this a silver sword situation? Not really. Honestly, don't think I'm gonna bother with Direct Throat here. Doesn't really do much for me.
Hurry. I can't hold them back alone.
I do not agree with he didn't confront evil immediately, so he's not good. Leaving fanatical good is the only good possible. No, I don't agree with that either. That's not what I'm saying.
It's not over. Come to the skull.
What I was saying in regards to Withers is he's done stuff that's absolutely not good in the past, and his motivations for interfering in the events of the game are not out of a desire to do good. It's out of obligation.
The skull. Come to the skull.
Heard that exact point was more than once. What about the fanatical good thing? Where? I think Jerk will give him the powers, then the bad thing 100%. Gave the powers away, directly causing miseries on the dead 3. Directly intentionally is not doing harm. I think he didn't get my position. Gortash being good to me doesn't make him good. He's still horror due to intentionally causing bad things. In terms of Jerk's not intentional in the mess and story is about. He bears blame. That's why he has to fix the mess. No, that's not why he has to fix the mess. He has to fix the mess because it's his job to. Explaining stuff like Wrath's not good enough. No, I said Wrath is a good man. I said Wrath is a good man who didn't do anything until the last possible minute. So that's something to call him out on, but he still is clearly the only good man in the Grove. He is. Don't hold him responsible for the things that his peers are doing, because unlike the rest of them, he puts his money where his mouth is and actually defends the tieflings if it comes down to it. Never noticed that sad face? Contrast Aaron, for example, in the Druid's Grove. Aaron will call you out if you, say racist things about the tieflings to him.
I can't hold them off much longer.
He will directly call you out. And he'll point out the scarcity of supplies and that, you know, there needs to be more to go around, etc. He'll say things that you'd be like, oh, yeah, chill guy. Quag gives the order, he's right there with her slaughtering tieflings. And you could make the reverse argument. Vindal, a racist, you know, the guy who's unconscious in the tunnel with the goblins, if you save him, he will say racist shit about the tieflings and run off. But then if Quag gives the order, he will also be fighting against the druids. Now, that's probably a bug, but let's assume that it's not. Bad guy doing good thing. So, to 2D Dude's earlier point, it's complicated. There's at least one other good druid, Apicus, who's trying to message Halcyon and not helping the ritual. Yeah, but then she helps kill the tieflings when that happens. So, again, like,
I need you now.
how do we quantify all this stuff together? I would say participating in a genocide is bad. That's my position on that. So, Wrath doesn't participate in that. So on that issue, he's good. You mean moral quandaries are complex? Perish the thought. Why am I using enhanced sleep? I'm in the astral prison. Am I okay?
The skull. Come to the skull.
Saw the pixel.
It's not over. Help me!
Repositioning. Worth examining.
I have to say, this take reminds me of the guy who came up with TNT, made it to help people abuse in mining and cause harm in war. Does that make him evil because he wanted to help people live their lives? Again, complexity of morality. I do believe intent matters. Ooh, chain lightning.
This will do. Unseen.
I can't hold them off much longer.
Oh, the good guy doing nothing. Have you ever watched Schindler's List? Yes.
It's not over. Come to the skull. It's not over.
Hard watch,
Come
but
to the
yeah.
skull.
In Baldur's Gate 3, intentions matter less than the consequences. You might act with mercy and still doom a city, or choose violence and save lives. The game challenges players to confront the gap between what they meant and what actually happens, making morality a lived experience, not a fixed ideal. That's a good way of looking at it, Alonda. I like that. To be honest, my take on tieflings different. Don't consider them inherently good party to begin with. Like, yeah, shit happened to you, I'm sorry. No one owes you anything, get help, it's goodwill towards you. Yeah, I don't think they're even acting like they're owed anything. I think they just want to survive. Like, they're shooting for the bare minimum, right? They are trying to survive. They just got out of hell. They're trying to get somewhere safe, and they ended up at that grove through circumstances. Now, in terms of, like, a basic, you know, person-to-person decency thing, I think that, like, helping them is the kind thing to do. I think the question of whether the Druid's Grove was obligated to take them in is a complicated one, but the way events play out, we get to see the Druids, instead of focusing on mutually beneficial things like everybody surviving, they are so focused on, hey, fuck these tieflings, that they don't even protect themselves from the goblins. And I think that's indicative of their character. Like, they do nothing to defend the Grove at all. They're not even acting in their own interests. They are just acting against the tieflings. And yes, the kids stealing shit, messing with their sacred idol, that's causing friction. That's certainly not helping. Of course. Fucking kids. But I think that the Druids prioritizing... And, of course, there's an element of subversion here, because the cult did send the Shadow Druids there to undermine the leadership of the Grove. You can find a book about it in Moonrise. But I think them being so susceptible to it, again, at the exclusion of doing basic things for their own safety and survival, I think that says a lot about their character. They are more focused on oppressing a group of people that they don't like than they are on helping themselves. So even from a utilitarian angle, they just don't make sense.
I can't hold them off much longer.
Definitely highlights how internal conflicts and biases can sometimes get in the way of focusing on the bigger picture, like ensuring everyone's safety and survival. Doesn't the data mine script from early access mention, maybe non-canon nowadays, the only indication we have that Helm tasked Withers with helping Tav? Yeah, it's implied and later sort of hinted at. It's some combination of Ao, Helm, Kelemvor, whoever. The divine bureaucracy of above Withers was like, hey, fix your shit in regards to the Dead 3 issue.
I need you now.
I don't see it as them making the tiefling kids everyone else's problem. They're misbehaving. They're still kids at the end of the day. They're also refugees. The ones to help defend the grove. Yeah, like, I don't think the kids are being made everyone else's problems. I think the tieflings are trying to survive, trying to resolve their situation, but failing to do so because they're out of their depth. Like, Zevlor is just kind of their leader by circumstance, and he is not as capable as he used to be. That's part of his story. Like regaining his identity as a paladin, as leader of the Hell Riders, all that stuff. And they have no confidence in him either. It's just no one else is stepping up. And you can see this, and if Zevlor dies, Asherak steps up. If Asherak dies, Saris steps up, and it is decreasing levels of competence all the way down. They're just trying to survive, because again, they just got out of hell. They are a group of survivors from a city that got plunged into hell, got out, and they just kind of ended up there. They're bringing problems with you, but what's the alternative? Like, what are they supposed to do? Die? Like, we know their only other play, other than being in the grove, because we can see it play out. And they will tell you the consequences even before this happens. If they try to leave the grove before the goblins are dealt with, they all die. And then we also see, even if the goblins have been dealt with and they leave the grove, most of them still die. So what was the correct thing for them to do?
I can't hold them off much longer.
So the Goodwill's turn on its head? No, it isn't. Again, Halsin is the master of the Emerald Grove. Halsin acts cordially towards the tieflings. Doesn't begrudge them his protection or anything. He, of course, abandoned the grove and went off to try to deal with the thing himself, because he's stupid and makes bad choices, but he did at least oppose the idea of leaving these tieflings to die.
Hurry. I can't
Once on
hold them back
Madiscan,
alone.
people don't take measures. As soon as Mulren's shouting, this person's bothering me, everyone's in arms. No empathy for that at all. I don't really understand. Again, they're kids.
I need you now.
So you would say 2 misbehaving kids and a group of refugees that, again, just got out of hell and are trying not to die. You'd say 2 misbehaving kids means that they should all be left to die? Obviously it's more than 2 because a lot of them are following Mole's lead.
Don't help me. Destroy the god
But
together.
ignore them creating problems. Someone confronts them about it, and they're orphans. No one has or can do anything about it. But you immediately run into Arabella's parents, who are trying to save their kid's life, and they directly point out that no, you shouldn't be listening to what Mole is saying. That's a terrible idea. So, like, those are 2 characters that make that apparent immediately. Also, if tensions do boil over and the druids start attacking the tieflings, you can have conversations with multiple of the adults around about how it's bad that things came to that. They're literally refugees because of racism. Elturel wasn't a tiefling-only city. It was like Baldur's Gate. The tieflings were blamed for the city being pulled into hell. So they got out of hell and got blamed for it. Only after Arabella turned the whole grove on her and almost died, yep. So, like, again, are you saying because a child has terrible judgment, the entire group of refugees should be blamed, collectively? Or the child? Like, I'm not making an argument that Arabella was right. She wasn't. You have many opportunities to tell her that. Her parents will tell her that. You can tell her that. The druids will tell her that. I do not think that kids having terrible judgment means that a bunch of refugees deserve to be genocided. Do you think the reaction of you're just overreacting is random idle? No punishment required for anyone's unreasonable? Which characters react like that? You're speaking in streams? I'm speaking in something that happens, though. Once again, Arabella's parents will directly be like, the idol doesn't matter, don't do stuff like this. Are the parents, when any Arabella's in question, do the proper negotiations to address the problem? So, like, they're trying to, but the druids right in front of them won't let them in. Like, they tell you this when you first talk to them. In fact, the druid that is stopping them from getting in tries to stop you, but the only reason you are allowed through is because Quag specifically wants to talk to you individually and nobody else. So they're trying. Like, you can even listen to some of the dialogue from Arabella's father, who is trying to capitulate. He is trying to give them whatever it is that they want. They're trying to break in? No, they're not. If they were trying to break in, they would be trying to break in instead of standing there. Because Chimera is angry. She's trying to get to her kid, and Locke stops her. Also, again, I'd point out that Halsin, the master of the Emerald Grove, doesn't give a fuck about the idol. Not even a little bit.
Your thoughts turn to the caged Githyanki.
You may call me an adventurer. I came
Killing a child for stealing is overreacting, though, like any reasonable person should be against that. Yes. Characters like Quag judge the Tiefling refugees as a threat to balance, while Will sees them as a moral obligation. This contrast reveals how fear and ideology often outweigh empathy in shaping justice. The game subtly critiques how refugees become litmus tests for personal ethics, not just political pawns. And Quag herself even goes over this. If you get her to realize all the things she was going along with out of fear, she is ashamed of herself. She will even detail herself with her dialogue exactly where she went wrong. She's like, how could I have done this? This is against everything that I stand for.
I broke free and started a new life in my old city.
So even the character who is meant to be the example of how not to handle that situation will tell you that they were incorrect to handle the situation in that way.
To remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown, and I shall look forward to sharing his downfall with rather than the potential future ally. We've bound they were. I am alone. Orpheus will be much easier to control. Most summer, if the rest of your people ever find out what she's done. No, God has sent me how God the moment and fell. While all I needed to do was subdue Orpheus and find Alan. You carry a tadpole. As far as Orpheus is concerned,
To make sure I don't accidentally use the tadpole, but I'm still paying attention.
You too. Would you like to do it? You even now. Hold out your hand. It wants to evolve, but it cannot.
The tadpole's essence.
Not how it
courses
works
through
in my book. No, tieflings are community, keep parts of their community from making problems to the community itself, and then very reasonable expectation. A lot of negligence has to happen for stealing the idol to happen to begin with. Not like Chimera and Locke busy with anything at all. What I see after Arabella's free. Yeah, they're standing there with her.
Felt more connected. Your mind present in
Zevlor's not even participating in the drama. I will absolutely say that, yeah, Zevlor could be doing more stuff. But, devil's advocate, if you do anything, like you as the player, do anything to piss off the druids, they immediately say, hey, working with Zevlor, kill everybody. So, maybe Zevlor decided that doing nothing was the best way he could stop things from getting worse. He individually doing nothing. But, once again, I do think a big part of Zevlor's character arc is he is not equipped to be a leader. He does not make good decisions. And, I mean, you can see that with when you run into him at the end of Act 2, right? Like, he feels horrible for what he perceives as having failed the people he was responsible for. Cal and Leah and Saris and basically, and Alfira, basically everyone blames Zevlor for the cult killing the people that they did in the Shadow Curse lands. A failure of leadership. I think that's a good point to make. Point is, Chimera and Locke are not busy doing something vital to prevent Arabella's behavior, otherwise they'll be back to it afterwards. But what should they have done? Here's the thing, like, they were, at least based on the lines that we have of what they're saying to Arabella when you first reunite them, they didn't want her listening to Mol the entire time. And the most likely scenario is at some point, when they were busy doing something, Mol put Arabella up to go in and steal the idol. Now, Mol's also a child with terrible judgment. And should someone be taking more steps to make sure that the kids aren't doing things like that that could endanger everyone? Sure. But again, difficult situation. And I don't feel that mistakes being made by children should result in collective punishment. Small bad influence? Absolutely. I think that goes without saying. Chimera even says that she herself said she wished something happened to the idol. Chimera is portrayed as a very, angry person. And I think that's done to contrast with Locke, who is trying to capitulate and trying to alleviate tension, where, Chimera, for example, if Arabella does get killed by Quag's snake, and you do successfully save the tieflings and have the party and stuff, at the party, Chimera poisons Quagga and has this plan to slowly stab her to death while she's paralyzed. You can intervene, at which point Chimera will realize that, you know, the whole vengeance thing, the anger, it's not doing her any good, and she's gotta stop and step away. You could also just stand there and, like, let it happen. And she never really recovers from that, because doing something like that, especially right after she lost her child as well, like, she never recovers from that. And then she fucking dies, but it's tragic. Like, you got a bunch of problems to reward for goodwill, in case it's good reason to retract goodwill, give you a temporary solution to your predicament, and then go back to your predicament. Didn't put you in that predicament, help you try to confront it. And I think that I would be more willing to concede that kind of logic is making sense if it was the leadership doing it. Because again, they're doing this in Halsin's absence, knowing that he wouldn't want that. Like, I'm no Halsin fan, but clearly he does not hold the same views on this topic as Kaga, which is why when convinced to let Arabella go, Wrath will thank her and say that Halsin would approve, and Kaga shuts him up. Because she doesn't want to do what Halsin wants. So, like,
Something? I believe
again,
there's a Kevin near you.
if Halsin, the Master of the Grove, is the one who let the tieflings in, I don't think it's the place of the people who know they are acting against his wishes to kick them out, knowing that they will all die. Same as orphans don't have parents to take responsibility, now druids don't have acting leader to make a decision. I mean, failures of leadership is a kind of recurring theme throughout a lot of plot points in this game. The Zevlor stuff we were talking about, Halsin is a failure of a leader as well. He should have been there. He should have been there and done more to protect his own people and to protect the tieflings. Mole's an opportunist. Mole is a child. I don't think Mole's brain is cooked to the point where we can ascribe any sort of overarching ideology to what she's doing. She's a child who's acting out. Also, isn't there reasoning for stealing the idol? They know it's somehow tied to the druids locking down the grove and ignoring spurning the tieflings' need for aid. It's still flawed and theft. You could see how Arabella or Mole would think get rid of the idol. They can't kick us out into goblin territory. I don't think it's that well formed of a plan. I think it's kids acting out. Like, Mole is like, hey, this matters to you? I don't like you. I'm taking it. Allison's failure boiled down to singular focus on the Shadow Curse, because you can tell he didn't want to lead. Mole's a child adapting to the face of shitty realities, and because she's a child, her decision-making processes are intensely flawed. Not to say that adults are inherently and always better at making those decisions. Again, we have very flawed leaders such as Zevlor, such as Halsin, to point to, and even more experienced and more capable leaders such as Jaheira. You can hear ambient dialogue in Last Light In. There's more than a couple Harpers that are not confident in her decision-making in the difficult situation that they're in. Jaheira is also not handling the refugees well.
Best to make camp.
But she is at least not trying to kill them. Hey, we didn't kill the tieflings, we just completed the ritual and locked them out of the grove, knowing that they would die. Yeah, like, you killed them. You participated in their deaths. That's just how that works. I don't know what you mean by didn't you hear her just wake up? No. Did she grab a brush, put on a little makeup? Thought she was asleep like Isabel? No. Was there a shakeup? But if you're alright by Jaheira... Halsin thought he was doing just that, protecting the grove and seeking answers to why the drow are attacking and scouting mind flayer tadpoles in his heads. Yes, and his decision-making is flawed, because he decided to do that by himself without taking proper precautions to make sure that everything would be fine in his absence. Now, you could make an argument that he maybe trusted Kaga, and that goes on her head, rather than his. But he could have done more. Is Zell evil then? She's no interest in helping anyone? Even Astarion, pre-Vampire, Shadowheart, are all these characters evil then? Yes! Yes. Shadowheart, start of the game, worships Shar, a canonically extremely evil entity. She is being constantly brainwashed to be a Sharan. They have to keep wiping her memories to keep her doing and saying and believing evil shit, because fundamentally she's a good person, and they have to keep brainwashing to make that stick. Astarion was a corrupt lawmaker who got turned into a vampire and then abused for a couple hundred years, to the point where he consciously and unconsciously is acting as a mirror of his abuser. He can become aware of this and correct his behavior later. Lae'zel is indoctrinated by the culture of the fascist frog people that go from plane to plane plundering and pillaging on the orders of their lich god queen, using their dragons they got from the evil dragon goddess. So yeah. Yes. She was brainwashed. Does that make her not responsible? No, that's not how that works at all. You are still responsible for your actions. Even under extenuating circumstances, you are still responsible. You have an obligation to try to do better, and that's a big part of their storyline. Hey, Sevenar, how are you? Shadowheart's Act 1 and 2 arcs that she's evil and shit at it, but her conscience keeps resurfacing, but she still starts out as either evil or right on the edge between neutral and evil, but she starts out as evil. Again, like, the character herself will, if you get her, like, good ending, where she's no longer a Sharan, in the epilogue camp, she will be herself, like, she'll be like, you know, you were really impressive listening to me say all that Sharan stuff. Oof. Lae'zel is likely lawful neutral, bordering on lawful evil. Astarion starts at neutral evil. Shadowheart's neutral good, trying real hard to be neutral evil. I think the alignment system is a little limited and rudimentary for these sort of complex character things, but like, because I don't know that I could call Shadowheart neutral good there, because again, she is a dedicated Sharan. She is dedicated to the ideology. Now, that's only working because of the constant brainwashing, but with all of the information that she has, she is choosing to act in advancement of those goals. So, like, she's all about deception, torture, loss. Early in Act 1, her primary thing that she's doing is trying to get the rest of the party to murder Lae'zel. Lae'zel, who is not acting against the party's interests, but she's still trying to twist everyone around against her. She has been consciously torturing people in the name of Shar, yes. Well, the alignment system works just as a hint more than a guideline if you really want to apply that. Yeah, I think so. And with the brainwash part, if a good person gets brainwashed doing evil stuff, is their character still good or now evil? Putting a label on it is stupid. I think that, yeah, putting an arbitrary label on it is stupid because it's more complex than that. More important to not confuse the concept we have as it is good to the concept of good and forgotten realms. It is more a clear-cut thing in universe, I suppose. It's like, hey, this is explicitly good energy, evil energy type shit, you know, which is like, I don't think that makes for interesting character stuff, but yeah. Isn't she consciously torturing her parents? She doesn't know they're her parents, but she's consciously torturing prisoners in the Cloister of Somber Embrace. Now, she later loses the memories of doing that, but she is clearly allowed enough information to make the choice to torture them. People who are brainwashed should come to realize the errors of their ways, come out of these situations with regret. They know in hindsight what they did was bad, evil, since they've adjusted their moral compass to hopefully guide them in a better direction. And I think that acknowledging the mitigating circumstances, such as brainwashing, is important, because like we established earlier, intent matters. Hey, Monkey Radio. How are you? Does this mean Mizora's evil? No, she's attractive, so she's never done anything wrong ever, and I will fight you. She's my queen. But like, it's okay. I'll sign. I'll sign just to protect you guys. Okay, I'll sign the pact for you. How much water do I have on me? I want to keep that stack. I don't think I need the Orthon explosives for a while. On your pack with what, Mizora? Uh-huh. In the Wendy's parking lot in 10 minutes, let's fight. Listen, I'm gonna do 2d4 thunder damage to you by cracking my joints at you. And then what? Then what'll you do? I got here taking one for the team. In setting, it's often more black and white. It feels like very recent change of pace, getting to more complex stories, especially morality. And this links into something I said earlier, where often stories told in media we consume are made as mirrors to real life situations, issues, topics. And real life is complex. But here's the thing. I read through that example, but here's the thing. That's not what happens with the Druid's Grove thing. Like, they are not choosing to do nothing. They are actively working against people they could help to their own detriment. Like, helping them would not be detrimental to them in any way. They are actively working against people they could choose to help, whatever their flaws, whatever their own failures of leadership, internal conflicts, poor judgment. They are choosing to act against those people at their own expense. The expense of the Druids. Because the whole threat of the goblins that are there to kill all of them. Tiefling, Druid alike. The plan of the cult is to send the Shadow Druids in to destabilize the leadership and then have the goblins kill everyone else. So it is not them choosing to be utilitarian and protect their own needs. They are working against themselves to hurt others. And that's what makes them bad. Also the genocide. It would literally be easier for them to do the right thing. The Shadow Druids want to help the goblins? Because the Cult of the Absolute is a world domination plan enlisting all sorts of people from all sorts of places in an attempt to further the goal of, you know, the Dead Three dominating everything. So Gortash and Dark Urge put together this plan of subverting governments in Baldur's Gate and surrounding areas, spreading modified tadpoles modified with Netherese magic, so that they could convert people into being thralls and then later mind flayers in order to render their souls unusable by the Pantheon here in the Forgotten Realms in order to increase the proportionate power of the Dead Three as compared to everyone else. That's the overarching plan. Now, there's a sub-plan there of where Baal just wants everything that lives to die because he's the ultimate murder hobo. But the Dead Three's plan is Ketheric will make an army, Orin will increase chaos, Gortash will be presented as the reasonable authority figure, and while that is happening, Ketheric's forces are helping to subvert the areas surrounding Baldur's Gate. And that's why you find a note in Moonrise that one of Ketheric's lieutenants directed the Shadow Druids to go talk to Quag. It was the same. There's also correspondence there indicating that they went to get the ogres too. Like, it's all part of raising the army and ensuring that people can't fight back and have to turn to Gortash and give him powers over Baldur's Gate. Where'd you find that note about Shadow Druid and Quag? I never saw this in Moonrise. It's in the throne room on the top level. Like, right above where Ketheric's throne is. Constant talk about how they don't have resources with the Tiefling. That just doesn't seem true for a class and literally create plans from nothing. Like, good berries, they could sustain themselves on good berries functionally indefinitely. Like, that's just how that feature works. Changed for gameplay purposes in this game. And funny enough, almost all of the druids, the ones that are chanting in the ritual circle, and some of the other ones, have good berries in their inventory when you kill them. They have enough.
Excuse me. I can't find my mum. That was last 10 day though.
Take some money in. You're a good kid. Made a Cambian's Mizora's one, which means she's half mortal. Wonder what, probably elf. So like I'm more foggy here, but Mizora climbed like the pecking order, right? She was a flesh blob at some point.
An earthquake, perhaps. Strong enough to rouse the dead, too.
Back off and return to your homes. That's an order.
Do they have enough if they're also feeding everyone they took in, or does that actually cost resources? To feed the tieflings and such, yeah, that's going to cost resources, but they'll still have enough for themselves. Again, they're druids. They have the magic for that. They have literal magic for that exact purpose. They will always have enough for themselves.
I'm not paid to
even while actively helping others.
We pay taxes for you to protect us, not these intruders.
I'm paid to take down troublemakers, so don't.
At the end, is it true lizards have no souls? No. In the end, it's true if you became when you lose it? Also, no. Because in any of the endings where you become a Mind Flayer, and then you self-delete, Withers will track down your soul and be like, huh, I guess I was wrong.
File a report, and I'm sure the Manic will deal with it.
A few bears that won't accept good bears, probably. Yeah, you can see a bear fishing when you get there. I think the bears are good. Player character choices are the real driver. Nettie doesn't poison you if you seem contrite. She only poisons you if you're a lying asshole. No, she doesn't poison you if you're a lying asshole. She poisons you if you do not give her information. That is a difference. A lie of omission, sure, but that doesn't mean you're an asshole. Because I personally wouldn't necessarily run around advertising information about the tadpole situation. It's pretty advisable to keep that stuff close to the chest. Now, if you've already told Nettie you have it, but you just want it out, I would, if it was me in that situation, I would not want to say anything that would make her want to kill me. Like, if I told her I could control people's minds with it. I mean, if I was Nettie, I'd be like, hey, I don't want my mind controlled. Barth's another good example, depending on player choice. He doesn't like you, thinks you're alright, entirely dependent on player choice. Yeah, but, again, Barth is always an asshole. Zenwu. Like, you can even call out Barth for his hypocrisy. The locket that he's willing to beat a tiefling child to death, or at least threaten to do so, over, is an object that his mother stole from a client at her job. And you even have a dialogue option to point out the direct hypocrisy. And you're like, so wait, it's okay when she does it, but not when this kid does it to you? And he's like, yeah. So, like, the characters are still the characters. Whether you get to see the outcome of the choices they would make is what varies, depending on player choices. But outside of a few characters, they're not... There are some characters that are multiple choice. Obviously, you know, Astarion, Lae'zel, Shadowheart, Gale, big part of their storytelling is they can become truly different people depending on your actions as the player. But those people in the Grove, that's not the same thing. Larian broke the rules a little bit with having a soul. No, they didn't. Because, again, the stated functionality is that Mind Flayers do have souls. They are just from the far realms. They are mechanically different and not able to be used by the Pantheon here in the Forgotten Realms. Withers is mistaken or misrepresenting the issue when he tells you that they don't have souls. More willing to believe that he's outright mistaken because, again, in that particular kind of ending where you become a Mind Flayer and you self-delete, he'll be like, oh, I was wrong. Can't have souls in any case, according to... According to what? We could go ask Ed Greenwood if it'll have a soul. Is Ed Greenwood currently making creative decisions for all of Dungeons & Dragons in 5th edition? On every project? Believe no? Okay. So? This is canon to the setting, and that's what happened in this. Somehow I don't think Larian wants Watsy opinion. That too, probably.
Don't take that on yourself.
Rob's a retcon to spice it up. I don't like it personally. It's how it's going right now. Yeah, whether or not you think it's a good decision is immaterial to, like, that's the story of the game. Was the common thing that most people in D&D agree Illithids can't have a soul. Well, are those most people making officially licensed content? I don't think they are. Because, like, the Arthur situation here also ticks me off. That one's another ethical quandary, because I don't believe Arthur has an obligation to house these people. But we know from other aspects of his character that the reason why he's actually so nervous about them being there is he doesn't want them finding that he is housing all of these booby-trapped, you know, donations for the refugees. So, like, Arthur doesn't want to house them either because A, he's a dick, or B, because he doesn't want his terrorism plot uncovered, depending on your interpretation. So he sucks. But I don't necessarily think that these people are in the right to just kind of start squatting here. So, ethical quandary. Ability drain didn't work for you during Wrath KO? That's weird. To believe they can have souls, so I feel less bad when I turn Karlach into one. Well, again, like, we directly get to see in multiple endings for the game, Arius. For any origin, like, any player character that you are, if you become a Mind Flayer, you can choose to self-delete, and Withers will find your soul and be like, oh, huh. And if you are Gale, Mystra can turn your soul after you die back into human Gale. So, like, as others have mentioned here in the chat, maybe there's a gray area where the soul disappears, as Machete's alluding to, disappears at some point. It departs after X amount of time of being a Mind Flayer. But, like, it's still there for an amount of time, at least. Also, Orpheus. Orpheus explicitly is like, hey, kill me while I'm still me. You can even have the same sort of death of personality, again, on any player Mind Flayer. The narrator will directly point this out, and you can observe it with Karlach. It's like radiation. We couldn't detect it until Curie, so it didn't scientifically exist. Right. That's a good point of comparison.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
The Mind Flayer's Omelum's good. Like, he actually tries to save Raven Guardian whose life is in danger. Duro calling all the dams kind of iffy. Well, he's not calling them that. He's, like, the soul is a definable, like, it's a quantifiable thing in this setting. What Withers is saying is, he's stating his belief that that is something that Mind Flayers just don't have. It's just not there. Independent of morality and stuff. And again, we get to see that he's wrong. Because we see multiple endings in the game where there are Mind Flayers who, at least for an amount of time, still possess their soul. But it's independent of their morality. Whether Omelum is actually soulless or not, that has no bearing on Omelum being a individual who's willing to self-sacrifice. Octo Karlach's not Karlach? I'm inclined to agree, yeah. But when the transformation first happens, still acting like Karlach, after the time skip at the party, if you ask me, that's not Karlach anymore. So again, that kind of lends itself to there's some sort of gradual process, or maybe some sort of hard stop where, like, you're you and then you're not you. Only in Quag streams we get very philosophical discussions like this. It's the good shit I came here for. Happy to have you, Mick.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
But yeah, the quandary with Arthur and the refugees here. Like, I think given the options that they have, like, seeking shelter anywhere you can makes sense. Like, the the imperative of all life is to survive, right? So they're just trying to do that. So I can't fault them for that. And I get Arthur showing up and be like, hey, this is my house, you don't live here. I get that. Obviously separate it from the fact that we know from outside context Arthur is a bad guy. Supposedly a period of time where a Mind Flayer retains host memories so that it can use them for manipulation later. Also the Mind Flayer tale of the adversary. Don't know a lot about it. It's supposed to be that someday a Mind Flayer would be born that has all abilities, memories, etc. from their past life, causing a forced revolution, ending the Grand Design forever. That's interesting. I'll admit I prefer to hear what people got to say about it rather than chip in, because more often than not, I'm not too good at presenting my thoughts too well. The words are difficult. Even asked Ed Greenwood about what if a person is very powerful, will remain the same, transformed to a Lithid, no person perish in any case, so we could say the Emperor is not Baldur in any case, why he killed the dragon in front of the Cold Heart, no heart at all. Well, the Emperor will even tell you that the Emperor is not Baldur. I don't think anyone is saying that the Emperor is Baldur. As I mentioned in the blurb I pasted, I think whether or not they retain their soul depends on how much of their personality they retain. It's not like a black and white thing. I think it's very much case by case. Because you do get to see that Orpheus and Karlach, or whoever you convert, like, during the Act 3 finale, are still them. Whether they are after the time skip, that depends. That's also case by case. Did the Emperor kill Answer in self-defense, supposedly? Supposedly? Yes, and I do think that, like, if Answer was like, hey, you're a Mind Flayer, I'm gonna kill you, it's a mercy kill, you should be happy about this. I think, logically, again, like we established, all living things want to survive, right? That's the default, at least. Like, I think the Emperor being like, actually, I'd prefer to live, though. I think that makes sense. And there's the direct parallel in the game of, like, you know, Orpheus will criticize you for not bowing down and dying to his honor guard. And it's very much presented as the same thing, right? Like, hey, you could have just choose to die with dignity, but it's like, but I don't want to die, I want to live. So there are many things I fault the Emperor for. Killing Answer is not one of them.
Washing my pits. This is the song when up. Aye! Could a bloke not get any bleeding privacy around here? Bunch of perverts, the lot of you.
Icon. Well, I'm trying to say IMO Laird broke the rules, and most loved characters transform. For main character, most loved characters transforming into a Lithid remain their just their sensitiveness make players happier. Well, good thing your opinion on whether they broke the rules or not doesn't matter, because again, this is officially licensed content, and if Wizards of the Coast didn't like it, they just straight up wouldn't have allowed it. They had the power to stop it. So that's that. Again, a company as infamous for being utterly unreasonable about protecting their intellectual property from anything that could even be a little bit messy. Wizards of the Coast has a terrible reputation for that. They have sent the Pinkertons after people who accidentally got shipped the wrong box of Magic the Gathering cards early. They are rabid about that shit. If they didn't want Larian making a particular creative decision, they would not have allowed Larian to make a particular creative decision.
This one time, we'll make an exception.
We don't get any confirmations that BG3 about Alyth's Haven of Souls. Yes, do you understand linear time? And how BG3 is still a relatively recent development? And as more things come out, we'll get more stories told? After reading some 30 plus TSR Wizards of the Coast novels, mostly Dragonlance, gave up trying to follow along around Time of Trouble is no longer what's considered actual official lore anymore. I think that you probably represent the majority there, Diox.
Hello, and welcome. Oh, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times...
Actually just been hired. Meet your new bar.
Chances. Move along. No circus for you. Well...
Speaking of which, Wizards released previews for the Spider-Man set upcoming. Shocker the Unshakable is one of the cards. Ooh, is there a preview of it, Zenro? Do you have a link? I would love to see that. Shocker! It's like keeping up with the MCU post-Endgame. Yeah, it's like, there's a lot, and there's not a lot of reason to care. Explain a bit more of what you meant with the Emperor's not Baldurin part? Sure. So, like, the Emperor will explicitly, when asked about it, if you're like, hey, so you're Baldurin? The Emperor will be like, used to be. Become something more. The Emperor does not identify as Baldurin. It identifies as a separate being that maybe in some capacity once was Baldurin. There's also the debate on whether the Mind Flare that results from a person is the tadpole, the person, or an amalgamation. Just agree that Alyths have a soul, just not a soul any deity can have. That's why they're considered soulless. Yeah, that's what the story in this game says, so. Again, the plot of the Dead 3 was specifically sort of a salt the earth type thing. They didn't directly gain much support from their plot, but the entire idea was to make it so the Pantheon, outside of them, just had less supporters. Because by rendering all of these souls unusable, they could depower all of the deities of the setting, because, as we've seen with other deities in the setting, they will either lose power or disappear entirely if they have no followers anymore. That's an established thing in the setting. Oh, Shocker the Unshakable. Let's go! Oh, that's so sick. I love that. Thank you for sharing. My reading is that Tav and Karlach are unique cases. I think everyone we see in this game is presented with more complexity to the situation around them being or having become a Mind Flayer than previous examples, because it's a central plot point of the game, so they decided to expand upon it and start telling stories in that vein differently than existing stories. Now, I can't speak to whether or not there are existing stories of, like, Mind Flayer transformation, because I'm not that familiar. I'm open to, references and sources on that. But, like, it's very much something that's intended to spark discussion, right? It's a central plot point. And also due to the multiple choice nature of the game. Like, it's up to you whether your character is still you or not. That's up to you, the player. At the end of the day.
You look like you know how to. Oh, yay!
So are mind flayers inherently evils? They can only sustain themselves in sapient race brain. Will that make them kill inside if mind flayers allowed to live? Well, here's the thing about that, Raid. Are carnivores inherently evil? Meat comes from other living things. So are creatures that have to consume meat to survive inherently evil because of it? No. I think that mind flayers lean towards evil because of their like actual physical predisposition to imperialism. Like they have a hive mind thing going on with the grand design. You have to pass a constitution check if you become a mind flayer in the evil ending to maintain your sense of self and not give in to the grand design. So like constitution is your body. It's a physical thing. Elam will mention that its theory on why it was able to break away from the hive mind is because of its arcane magic making it physically different. So it's an actual like physical thing that makes him able to be an individual. Change that large pretty much destroys the entire world building of mind flayers. Which one? The ambiguity on like the "Are you still you" thing, Chris? I don't think it's imperialism. Literally is, though. The grand design is the dream shared by all mind flayers to dominate everything. That's imperialism. You can literally have the Emperor explain it to you 3 separate times in the game. Also the mural in the Act 2 of Liet. Yes. They literally call the grand design possibly coming back the return of the Illithid Empire in the game. Empire as in product of imperialism?
How many red caps are in a handful?
Work was diabolical, was it? Here's one. If I'm washing my pits and no one's around to hear the song while I'm washing my pits, are you all still perverts, the lot of you? I think so.
Oi! Give that.
Here you go. I don't think it's just about imperialism. It's part of. I agree. Not only this, they're just maniacs. But like, in what way? Again, the stated, like, the definition of what the grand design is the shared, like, physical compulsion by all Illithids to dominate everything. All thinking life, they want to control all of it. That's the explicit definition. Not just control, convert. Yes. Control, convert, assimilate.
Look, investigator, enough.
XP is good? XP is good.
Shitey. Investigator Valeria thinks it's a murder and is content.
We're just killing Pendir to the paralyzed tiefling in the grove. Guard in the storehouse fall on the moral spectrum. Oh, absolutely murder. Reprehensible, but I like XP. Not pretending it's morally good. It's a bad thing.
Feel free to look around the temple.
Doing bad thing for XP is still bad? Yeah. If they succeed, whose brains will they eat, though? Well, they do keep slaves out of necessity. So I imagine they would keep doing that. Although maybe it's the kind of thing that doesn't have a logical endpoint. Like Baal's whole plan is everyone dies. Everyone. Like, okay, if you run out of worshippers, you're dead too.
Show no mercy.
Maybe Baal wants that too. Maybe. What about Ao? He'll die as well? I don't know. I can tell you that Baal just wants to kill shit. He's a murder hobo. Yeah, he's canonically not very bright. Like, Bane is the one who has the nuanced discussion with you about how everything you're doing, even if you're acting against him, is empowering him. You are triumphing over people. You are enforcing your will on them. And everything you do brings you closer to him, and he doesn't even have to do anything. Speak with Dead on Gortash next time you kill him. You get this dialogue. It's really cool. As Dirge, you can also ask Bane for his blessing, and he'll be like, keep doing what you're doing, maybe. You do you, champ. I got 3 more of those. Yeah, Bane is the collected one. Bane is thoughtful, whereas Baal just wants to kill everything, and Merkel's just like, hey, necromancy's cool, huh?
Be patient, child. Soon. Why does Dolor
Like Sarek became god of intrigue, what does he do? Intrigues and murders Mistra. Doesn't think about consequences. Exactly. It's just like, they're doing things in service of their own nature, thoughtlessly. One thing I don't understand about this game is why the rule everything people started working with the murder everything people. Because they're, also, hi, real magician Tao. I like your name. Because their plan is to betray each other. Ketherick will tell you this, that like, hey, Merkel wants me to betray them. But then, for Ball, he wanted Dirge to betray them, and subsequently Orin, who even betrayed her own faction within the plan by usurping Dirge. Gortash is the questionable one. Gortash seems perfectly willing to share power. We don't actually get any indication that Gortash isn't being honest when he's, like, offering to share the power with you. Like, you can even detect thoughts on him to confirm it. You can even ask the Emperor to check and confirm it. Now, whether you trust the Emperor is up in the air, but, like, we never see any example of Gortash lying to you. We never see anything to contradict the Emperor or the detect thoughts check there. Like, maybe he would have actually shared power, which is in line with Bane being much more calculating about this stuff. Gortash being the chosen of Bane. But, like, Ball and Merkel were fully planning to betray everyone else in the arrangement. Ball and Merkel being the ones that want everything dead kind of makes sense, right? The recurring theme of Dead 3 plots that they defeat themselves through backstabbing. Ball, fuck it, we ball. Gortash knows he's not powerful enough to be ruling alone unilaterally. He isn't stupid, thus chooses to share power. If he thinks you can handle it, yeah. He will test you to make sure that you can actually also handle it. Which is what the, hey, give me the stones thing is about. He doesn't want you to give him the stones. If you do, then he'll be like, well, you failed the test, now I have to kill you. Why does Bane put up with those two idiots? He needs allies. Same as the logic that Raid was outlining for Gortash right below that message. Like, sometimes you need allies to accomplish your goals, even if their goals don't necessarily align with yours at every step.
And I bet it was not left behind by accident.
Blue Connor Ballsack? Need someone to represent death in different ways, one for decay, one for murder, etc. And then there's also the more metagamey aspect of they are each of the Dead Three is a representation of the evil alignments. You know, Ball is chaotic evil, just murder hoboing. Bane is lawful evil, very structured. It's all about dominion. And then that leaves Merkel as the final one, who is not at either extreme.
That old bonebag Ketherick had some fancy junk stashed behind all the cobwebs and piles of gore.
Game gives you so much good stuff being bad or opportunists. Games give more punishment to players who do bad things. Well, like Say is pointing out there, there's some pretty significant consequences. Certain companions you just won't have if you make certain very big decisions, like raiding the Grove. Raiding the Grove, you delete a bunch of XP, items, entire companions, entire quest lines. Choosing to act on your dark urge to attack Isabel, like taking that at face value, also deletes some stuff. Like, Minty's one of the strongest companions. She should have been locked to Grove Raid. I kind of agree. I do think forcing more differences between routes would be interesting. Because, like, that is the main point of Divergence with the game. It's like that, and then to a lesser degree, in Act 2, like, whether you're helping the cult or not within the Act 2 finale. So, like, if you allow Balthazar to take Aelin, that does change the structure of that quite a bit. But even saving and killing Aelin is a small difference. It just affects whether certain NPCs are alive. But overall, the plot just goes the same way. Raiding the Grove is an example of big differences. Hard to disagree having Minthara available to Tav allows you to see a more 3D character. Well, Minthara is available to Tavs who choose to raid the Grove. Raiding the Grove isn't a Dirge-specific thing. Like, Karlach and Will are only available to people who do not raid the Grove. So I don't think it's unreasonable to have Minthara only available to people who do raid the Grove, because you're still at a net negative in terms of character exchange. You're giving up Will, Karlach, and Halsin, and then getting Minthara. But this is one of those examples of, just to appease the most people, Larian created a route to actually getting Minthara, especially because we were already exploiting to get Minthara on non-raid the Grove runs. RIP Sheepthara.
Would I try to fool a sharpie like you? Have a look.
So at that point, like, the cat was out of the bag. I think it just made sense to allow that. But creatively, I think I would have preferred her being an alternative rather than always there.
What do you think that Clark has got in his crate? I don't know. Lunch? Nah. I bet that's where he keeps the valuables.
The other thing you get if you raid the Grove, I will say, you get extra tadpoles. Now, that's not really a big thing, but it is a consistent thing through evil choices in the first 2 acts, where you get more tadpoles for picking the evil options. Like, siding with Nier, extra tadpole. Now, we can metagame that, but extra tadpole. Raiding the Grove, extra tadpoles. Helping Marcus, extra tadpole. Helping Zarel, extra tadpole. So, that was at least consistent, but there's already a route where Minthara is available non-raid the Grove, yet ignore the Act 1 conflict entirely. Yeah, I always forget about that one. If you just walk to the Mountain Pass or Act 2 without resolving it, then Minthara successfully makes it to Moonrise on her own. Having been unable to find the prism because, you know, you have it.
I'm not paid to debate with civilians.
Jake, stop trying to jump on my desk, buddy. I do miss Sheepthara. We should research current patch Sheepthara. Try to make that happen. Again, disagree. It's entirely organic to want to help Minthara on a good run. Her dialogue will show the player she's being controlled. Yeah, no, like, you're true. I can speak. That's true, Chris. You're right. There's the immediate indication that, like, she is not in control of her actions. And the context clues of none of the true souls are really aware of what's happening. Not fully. Kara, thank you so much for the 10 months. Really am only here for the cats? Oh. Understandable. Like, you can talk Nier out of being in the cult. He'll just leave. Because he doesn't know that the cult is a front for Mind Flayers. Priestess Gut doesn't know. Joragslin doesn't know. Minthara doesn't know either. So, like, yeah, I think it makes sense to want to...
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
I really am only here for the cat's quag meow quag stare.
Thank you again, Kara. I think it's organic to want to, you know, save them, but you can't do it with the others. And kind of lampshading that, we're sending that brain to house until he has one. Kind of lampshading that, Minthara herself, at the end of Act 2, can bring up, like, hey, so why didn't you do that to Gut and Ragzlin? Obviously, we know we as players don't have that option, but it comes up. Jake, get stuck in the blanket, man. Come on, Automod, what are you doing? Let's be real, on a first look base, you either kill one person who's maybe controlled, want to kill innocent people, or you just let her. I mean, I think most people on a first playthrough didn't even conceive of the idea of recruiting Minthara. It kind of requires some metagaming. Like, either observing that she has the same passives on her character sheet that the recruitable companions, I can speak, and no one else has. Like, observing that, be like, oh, okay. Seeing that she has, you know, the camp supply bag and stuff. Goblin Horde would have likely still attacked the Grove without Minthara there. No metagaming required. Well, that's the thing. They can't. Like, if Minthara dies, the raid can't happen. It'll be nice to have a Goddess Shield of Faith dispenser for Act 3. You can do Shield of Faith dispensing still. It's harder, but you get similar dialogue for Gut or Ragzlin. But you get more dialogue framing Ragzlin as the leader of the forces than you do Minthara. Like, when you go talk to, obviously not from Ragzlin himself, but if you go talk to Lantarv, you have an option if you've killed Jor Ragzlin. You know, it's framed as he's the leader. That was your point? I see. You just streamlined that, like Roland's armor. I have it mostly down with Adriel, but, like, I would prefer to have a different target. Remember who hands it out some mask? The Cleric of Helm in the Hag Survivor place has it. In her spell list, and she can do it. It's a little involved to get her to do it. But I was thinking, and I haven't actually tried this. I was thinking to have an option for that in this map. We could test Saris or Zoru.
Had done the right things. Don't take that on yourself. You know who's really responsible.
I'm just kind of unfamiliar with what their AI is willing to do. And the reason why I think these two specifically is because you have Act 1 for Zoru and Act 2 and possibly Act 1 for Saris to, like, deny them their weapons. And if you give them Anders' sword, they might be willing to cast it.
It was touch and go. Some close calls. The cult have claimed every road between Baldur's Gate.
Then it's self-cast. I think you can cast it on others. Pretty sure I've seen Anders cast that on others. Confirm. You can target others. So it would be easiest if you already have access to Shield of Faith yourself, because then you would cast it on them so that they're not a valid target, so then they would cast it on you. Which is what you have to sometimes do with Adriel. Can Hope equip it? I haven't tried. Team as a leader, and he doesn't have dialogue with the player, understand he's not otherwise doing what he wants to be doing. Right. You do have dialogue where he doesn't understand that he's on the side of the Mind Flayers, but that is true of everyone at the cult. That's consistent. None of them know. That's a recurring thing that happens with Zarel as well. Happens with the guy guarding the tadpole barrel. If you make him realize that he saw the tadpoles, it just fully breaks his mind.
I will take my pick.
Sorry, this has been a very unproductive early Act 3, but I've been enjoying conversing. Not this guy.
We would not normally. The Slayer of Ketheric. I've booked that what's left of my tribe is wound. May the
Another thing I want to test out is getting the people in the guilds to put Bardic Inspiration on you. I'm wondering if you give them enough stuff to make them an ally, if they can do it. And then you could use that Bardic Inspiration on skill checks. Maybe like Mirror of Loss or something. Forget the exact line, but Minthara's line from the narrator pretty much explicitly spells out her only sin in the moment she wasn't on the ship to get M's protection. Well, I mean, emphasis on in the moment there, because Minthara herself will tell you that she's not good. But yeah, I get your meaning. I'd have 2 noble stock, give it to Shadow Art, Medicine Couple. You can't. Well, there's an exploit that involves, while one character's in dialogue, you have another character take it from them, so that the first character doesn't actually have it to give, but can still trigger the dialogue. There's tutorials on that, but... Shield of Faith cast by Adriel, lost on region travel? Yes, because you're no longer a valid target. Well, she's not loaded in anymore, so she can't keep her concentration. Is what it is, but also concentration... Almost all sources of concentration break on region travel. The only ones I can think of are the Invis from Shovel, and I think the Air Myrmidon don't break on Invis. Maybe Panther Invis doesn't break either, but I know those don't break. Every other concentration I can think of does. Whether it's yours or NPCs.
The shapeshifters were all over these tunnels, and I see Father Lorgan's name.
But yeah, regarding the noble stock, the mushroom, just give it to Dareth. That's not only what I personally see as the ideal case, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes it so Dareth stocks noble stock for you every day. She sells 3, and that's just useful. With Shadowheart, all you get is information that you can get later anyway. And if you give it to Balin, he just starts beating his wife, so...
A sturdy dwarf. It's... well, we've other...
Anything else on your mind?
There's 2 Shields of Faith NPCs in Act 3, it seems. Who's the other one? Oh, the Graveyard Keeper lady. How willing is she to do it, though? Because I know she has Spiritual Weapon and Spirit Guardians. I know Adriel has Guiding Bolt. But I've never seen the Mortarch use Shield of Faith. I don't think I have, anyway. You give it to Shadowheart later? Nope. Main point is that I think there's compelling support for Minthara and good playthroughs, honestly more trustworthy than Desara and less reliability than Will. It makes more sense than House, and both mechanically and from the story. I agree, Chris. I agree with all of that. Like, Minthara is my favorite of the companions, and I almost never raid the Grove. So, like, you know, I always, whenever I deem it to be a Minthara-inclusive run, I enjoy that. I agree with that. I just think that it is also interesting to have a character behind some significant trade-offs. Because we have the inverse. I think Larian was more right to open her up than Halsin. I think making Halsin a companion at all was a misstep. Yeah.
The bosses expect.
See, only one skill. So, like, if you fight the kobolds or the Death Shepherd in the cemetery, she will use Spiritual Weapon and Spirit Guardians. The positives in Good Route Minthara don't outweigh the negatives in the Grove Raid IMO, which is my point. Yeah, I agree with that.
You think I want my clan?
Just think there are a lot more cooler, evil potential commands they didn't give us. At some point in development, Ketheric was intended as a companion. There's evidence to support this still in the game files. The name of Infernal Iron still has his name in it. It was intended for Ketheric, not for Karlach.
Now let me get.
I think Zarel would have been cool, too. You could make a case for Zarel and Nier. Oh, I mean, they're even grouped as a trio. Nier, Zarel, Minthara. Whoever you are. Valmorba. Okay, I've never seen Valmorba in combat.
I didn't. And this resistance fighters are few.
That's the one that has the same face as Ethel, right?
My iron hands, what's left of the Harpers, and goodness, they act all when he and the fucking Gondians are to. They invented the Steel Watchers, and they're building an army of them. I had a plan. Get quiet, Barkus. The adults are talking. Now they'll die like the dogs they are. So take the bomb.
As a last resort. There's some semblance. Let me see. Okay. So she's got a weapon. Okay. I'll actually check that out today. It's less interesting because we have Adriel in the same map, but what this means is potentially we could kill Valmorba and take her to this map and use her here.
Surprisingly pleasant odor. I should sell this as perfume.
Sazzle would have been rad as a shorty companion. It's weird that we didn't get any shorty companions. Is Minthara soul branding a class feature? Is it a special racial feature? It's her origin, or her background specific feature. Almost every companion... Well, every companion has something. Lae'zel has story stuff exclusively. She doesn't have any, like, gameplay things different from a regular Githyanki. So she's kind of the exception. But, like, Will, he's one-eyed, and he always has rapier proficiency. Even if he's playing classes that don't normally have that, he still has that. Gale has a bunch of permanent buffs he can get in Act 3. He gets Tara in the camp in Act 1. And Tara has a telekinesis amulet, so Origin Gale can get very early telekinesis access. Karlak has the engine, and she's slightly heavier. Astarion has his bite, and later his ascended stuff, if you go that route. Shadowheart has partial Shadow Curse protection innately, and then in Act 3, if you made certain choices, she can get double Guardian of Faith. Who else? Minsk has Boo. Jaheira has, when wearing Khalid's gift, she's immune to being cursed. Halsin has his unique wild shape form. Yeah, every companion except Lae'zel has something. Mindar has Soulbrand. Also love the history of Dwargar and Gripforge. I mean, he's certainly polite, but he is also a slaver. Can't really say I'm a fan of the guy. But he's polite. Kinda like Gortash. Barkus as a companion would be cool. Maybe if they had implemented the Artificer class, that would have happened. Because, like, Gortash and Barkus are very clearly that class, rather than any of the ones that are implemented in the game. Does say it doesn't go along with his clan, yet if you get in the big Grimforge fight, he will come running to join the fight. I.e., he will go along with his clan. So.
Now you've just sampled some of Baldur's
And
Gate's finest
given the opportunity, he will go with his clan when they take the slaves and leave, if that's what happens. Call that coding, not character. Well, I mean, he hangs out with slavers, he operates with them, he defends them in fights. Sure, he's not necessarily in it for that explicitly, but he's with them. So there's not really much to contradict that on his character. He's just a nerdy slaver.
What can I do for you?
The guy's the best barrel mincy out of the game. That doesn't look like a smoke powder bomb.
Welcome to Danthilon's Dancing Axe. Our stock isn't. It's tried and tested by the finest adventurers.
How may I be of service? No, I don't know it. Fine. Yeah, here's the key. Always.
Been up on stuff as a Githyanki. I really want flight potions. Because this is the rare run where I don't have to disguise to do Boots of Psionic Movement stuff.
right, Sommy. You're on the door till our friends are done. God forbid you do it.
Blazel, are you okay? Oh, alright. Levels flight potions become available vendors 6.
You bow, or you break.
A bit of trolling. Wasn't close enough. We're all just locked in today. Nice.
Orin's assassins abide anywhere.
Thank you. But they were the ones hunting us. Just...
We're shocking.
Do I want to take Raphael's deal? I'm unsure. Think about it. I was thinking about having Hope just run around with me. Let's keep getting resources.
Objective noted.
Look at that. Everyone's going at the moment. Tiefling Shadow Sorcerer about to go fight the Eagles. Half-Orc Rogue, not done an Act 1 yet. I would have trouble maintaining 2 runs at once like that, personally. More power to you, though. I would feel too motivated to make progress, and especially when I'm juggling multiple runs at once, I kind of forget where each one is.
Wretches have nowhere to call in. You, alas, you can't eat grandmother's ashes, nor can you easily trade a golden candelabra for a bowl of soup. That is where I come in. Liquidity.
So here's an option. I could start doing Cold Snap, and I could make the chosen Drake Thurglaive element on my Skelly weapons cold. I could fly around applying cold vuln to everyone by making them miss opportunity attacks on me. I think that sounds like that could be a good angle. Don't have Great Weapon Master? Why would I? I could have 1 feat, or sorry, 2 feats right now. Why should either of them be Great Weapon Master? Thought because of Two-Handed Blade? You know, you're allowed to equip them without that feat, right? This is gonna blow your mind. You can shoot bows without sharpshooter. What feats? I have Alert and Tough. Tough is currently giving me 22 HP, and Alert is giving me 5 initiative. I didn't get the letters yet. That's fine. I don't need to worry about that, actually. Tough. Tough. Just not the max con. Where should I pull my stats from? Where would the stat points to go higher than 12 Constitution come from? I'm using crowd control spells off of my Charisma. This is already not where I want it to be, and I still have to fix it with a permanent stat increase. That's why it's on 15, which is an awkward number. I'm a wizard with 8 intelligence currently because I can't budget the stats for it. Where would I get the stat points for Constitution from? Are you suggesting I dump Dexterity, which is the most beneficial stat in the game? Or should I dump Strength when I'm running around using melee weapons? Yes, I don't have a Cloud Giant Elixir on right now, but I'm often using Bloodlust. Sometimes I'm using Battle Mage.
Hang on a sec.
So why should I have more con?
Recognize that face? You remind me of Devella. Fine. Well.
They picked up because you don't want to have more con? No, I picked Tough because it's good. Even if I wasn't taking Tough, I wouldn't have more con. I had this Constitution before I took Tough.
Worms Rock's closed for the day.
Tough was the feat I took at level 10. Top tier feats in your opinion, then? Depends on what build you're doing.
I welcome you to Baldur's Gate.
Feats have functions the same way spells have functions. Weapons, armors, they have their own features. Nothing exists in a vacuum. So even Alert, which I would contend is the most impactful feat in the most circumstances, even Alert is not always best. Seen a player on Twitch that went 8 con all the time. That hit the mark all the time. Ah. That's around a Glamour Bard yet? Not yet. Not yet.
Witnessed assault.
did a fire arrow, so she'd be prone. Some feats like alert pick too often. What does too often mean? And tough not so often, according to who? Person says con is dump stat, takes tough. Is that not contradictory? How would that be contradictory? Hey, Lady Baker, how are you? There are two different tools for getting to the same goal. In some builds, you will have a feat available for tough. In some builds, you will have stat points available for con. I like getting tough on a Gold Dwarf Barbarian, so much HP. Yeah, you could be a real wall of meat there. No, they changed that, Kels. Also, hi. But yeah, back to the feat discussion. Depending on which circles in the player base you run in, you might be surprised to find out that ability score increase is a dog shit feat that you have almost no reason to take when build crafting in this game. It is actively worse than almost everything else on the list. But depending on where you go, that might be a spicy take. Explain that in brief. Don't want to take a lot of your time, but you can have all of my time, and you will like it, Savinar. It's a good topic. You subscribing because of the irritation in your voice. You don't have to do that, but thanks, Diox. I appreciate it. So here's what ability score increase does. Let's say I wanted to increase my dexterity by 2 points with ASI. What is the impact of that? I get +1 initiative. I get +1 to accuracy on my bow attacks, and if I'm scaling a melee weapon off of using finesse instead of my attacking stat, which strength is much bigger, but +1 to damage on bows, +1 to my dex saves. Been very, very patient with me beyond what I've deserved for sure. I have never for a moment felt like I've had to tolerate you, Diox. You've been fine. Like, I appreciate you being around here. You don't owe me anything. But very kind of you. The support is appreciated. But so, like, the impact of ability score increase. Let's say I was doing dexterity. It's functionally 1. +1 in a bunch of areas. But is that impactful? Because let's look at those individually. If I wanted to increase my bow damage, I'm at a point in the game where I could very easily mitigate the accuracy penalty of Sharpshooter. Why would I not take Sharpshooter? If I care about my initiative, why would I not take Alert, being +5? The level of impact on my initiative of taking 10 ability score increases. Or sorry, increasing my ability score by 10 points. Which is not necessarily 10. Why would I take an ASI there? Let's look at Constitution. If I wanted to increase my HP, why would I take that rather than Tough? Strength ASI is just a bad idea because if you want to cap out your strength, there's much better ways of doing it. It's the easiest stat to boost through means outside of your character explicitly in the game. You have Devil Foil Masks if you're at a party. You have Elixirs if you're okay with being capped at lower points that you could get naturally through other means, but points that are still useful, like being at this +8 breakpoint with the Cloud Giant Elixir is often useful. Not always worth giving up your Elixir slot, which is why I do actually have good strength underneath that. I have 18. Mental stats, there's better cases for taking ability score increase on mental stats, but still, often it's inefficient because if you're increasing your spell save DC, Dual Wielder does more for that. Because here in Act 3, you could dual wield Rhapsody and any of the +1 spell save DC items for a total of +4 to your spell save DC, as opposed to the 1 you would get from an ability score increase. There's cases where you can make a case for, I'm saying case a lot. There's instances where you can make a good argument for ability score increase, like let's say you're playing a Hexblade Warlock. There are a lot of individual things on Hexblade Warlock that scale off of your charisma. It's your spell save DC, it's your agonizing blast damage if you're going that route for Eldritch Blast, it's bonus damage on your specters, it's your packed weapon accuracy and damage, and then that's on top of charisma being your dialogue stat. It's all that. It's a lot. It's populated. I think charisma ASI and a Hexblade makes sense. I don't think it's more important than other things. Things like alert, things like tough, things like, depending on your chosen weapon, maybe Grey Weapon Master or Sharpshooter, Tavern Brawler. Like, I don't think it's more important than those things, but you do get multiple feats. Dex be good if you have Yuan-Ti or Armor of Agility. Again, the impact is +1 in Blade. Do you think taking a feat for 1 AC is worth it? If so, then do that, but I personally never think that that's worth it, because AC is already one of the least valuable defensive stats. And if level 1 characters and Jack of all trades characters that never get access to ability score increase at all can already reliably AC tank everything in the game, why would you waste a feat on that? Because ASI is just more all-around increase thing. ASI is what you take when you don't know what you want. And even then, usually tough or something of that nature is what I take when I don't know what I want. But like, if you just want number go up and you don't particularly care, sure. But if you need to increase accuracy from 99.75 to 99.75 and damage from 30 to 60 to 31 to 61. Yeah, like, you'll see some theoretical calcs that include a spec that might have a Dex ASI on a min-maxed, Titan String Arrow of Slaying, where, sure, that can be damage, but look at the impact. And also, keep in mind that even in that scenario, you're most likely taking that as, like, your final feat. Because let's assume you are a pure class fighter min-maxing an Arrow of Slaying on something. Well, Dual Wielder is more damage because that allows you to have Rhapsody plus Marco Heschker. Sharpshooter is more damage. So you're looking at maybe on your 3rd feat, you start deviating. If you're going pure class fighter, you still have 2 feats to play with. Okay, but what about your actual impactful gameplay things, such as your initiative? If you're equipping all this damage increasing gear and min-maxing around the damage on your one-shot, alert provides more for you than that Dex ASI because it gives you enough initiative to not be punished by not wearing the gear. It means you won't need to commit elixir slots as frequently, gear slots as frequently, so you take alert. That's 3 of your 4 feats. Only rogues and fighters get 4 feats. So at that point, your reward for pure classing fighter or rogue, in this instance, is you do have the option to allocate an extra feat into something you don't necessarily need. And at that point, sure, you could make a case for Dex ASI. That's assuming you're sending an Arrow of Slaying at someone with vulnerability. You are getting 4 damage out of that, which close to the most an ASI has ever done for anyone. But it's still utterly minor. And in terms of level of impact, you would get massively more out of spending that feat on something like Tough to be able to soak up hits. Something like Shieldmaster for situational value against very high damage things like Raphael's spells, Cazador's spells, Answer's breath weapon. That could come in there. ASI just makes you slightly better at things you don't need to be slightly better at.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, Tony R.
Quag.
Thank you very much for the Prime of the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being here today. Not to sound like I'm ending stream. I'm not yet, but I've been yapping a lot for like the last 3 hours. You guys are keeping me engaged. I appreciate you. To be honest, I don't think tough was a consideration for any of us a year ago. A year ago, probably not. It's something that experience informed the shift to. Having HP and damage reduction is something that, well, if you look at my first few runs, I was all in on offense. Now I'm much more in favor of just having enough damage mitigation and effective HP that I simply don't care if people hit me anymore. And I do offense while tanky. Spoken like a true ham addict. Switch to Bloodlust, so I have to do some inventory management right now, but that's okay. Tough armor persistence plus some DR items, fun combo. Yeah. I just sent Swires' sled board over to Karlak, but that's up to 7 physical DR in your shield slot, just passively.
Witnessed assaulting some.
First solo run is usually, please don't hit me or I'll die. Your 10th is, okay, can you do whatever you have to do faster? So Bloodlust gave me another action point off of that kill. My accuracy is not fantastic right now, but I haven't done Elemental Weapon. I'm not currently blessed. And my plan is probably going to be at 20 strength. I think my ideal outcome out of the Mirror of Loss is I get Patriarch's Memory to get my Charisma to 16, and then I take General's Memory to get my strength to 20. Fortunately, the objects are getting in the way of me lining up a cleave to hit both of them. The table itself presenting an issue. Okay, there we go. I'm just hitting them and the table now. The chair was in the way. The effort. Aren't you DJ already? Does that not lock you at a Patriarch's 1 Charisma buff? Nope. All I have to do is offer my stats to the mirror without doing the prayer. What I've started doing there is I go into the mirror and I give 5 of my stats up to the mirror until either I only have 1 left or until I get Patriarch's Memory. And then I go read the note that gives me the ability to perceive, you know, the function of the mirror, and then I do the prayer. And then I give up my last stat. Now, if I don't get the buff at that point, I give up the forbidden knowledge from the Necromancy of Thay once I'm out of stats to sacrifice. That gives me 6 chances to get Patriarch's Memory. And if I don't get it in 6, then I don't get it. How you doing, Guava Chips? Yeah, let's do Wormway stuff. I think I bought a chain lightning, right? 2 even. Beautiful. Do I have a lightning jabber? No. Shock and grasp. Actually, I probably don't need to use chain lightning for it. Because I can do... this. That should be good.
Consider me intrigued.
Poetic nonsense.
So instead of playing chess, I'm just gonna say, get back here, Shocker. You can't escape me. I'll lance you to the ends of the board. Etc., etc.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Thank you, Danny. Well done. Why is Spider-Man in a tunnel? Sometimes it doubles and I have no idea why. But it's funny, so I'm okay with it. Ring of Exalted Marrow here. And flee. Turn off Call the Weak for the next one.
Banished the dishonorable judge and applied Lex Talionis, the principle of this. You are a paragon of justice.
Turn off Call the Weak, because if the Call the Weak explosion hits the other ones there, then you fail the trial. I should learn the resourceless method for this. I believe it was Glenn that had a strat for that. But this is what I know, so I do.
Take the torch.
I think this is the one place the Emp should speak a lot, because he made those trials, so enough of them. Well, remember, Emperor doesn't view itself as Baldurin. Views them as separate entities. And the first thing the Emperor says when you interact with one of the statues here is that it's all stupid and that you shouldn't worry about it. Now, maybe that's because the Emperor doesn't want to explain the whole answer thing, but Emp does not give a shit about anything down here.
Is a beacon to meek and mighty alike. May you ever withstand.
Just so.
And to be honest, whether you agree with the Emperor or not, and again, I think the Emperor sucks. The Emperor is right that this whole thing's a waste of time. I'm doing it for the XP. and the gear. We want the helmet.
The Great Worm is dead, and whatever help he might offer along with him.
I'm just selfish and stupid, even stupider than Minsk. I think the Emperor is unwise. I think the Emperor is a mind flayer. Like, mind flayers aren't stupid. The Emperor is extremely unwise. Very short-sighted. Self-sabotaging in, a couple pretty annoying ways. Not getting Baldur's Shines there while we're at it. But it's the best sword in the game. How could I forget? Bonus strength mod and toothpick was a DRS, then it would be good. It would still be worse than the Rat Bat, but it would be good.
What? Oh,
You notice
you're not a fist. No.
I mean, it's DRS. Damage Rider as damage source.
You've got one breath to explain why you're in here, or you're going straight to the cells. That sneaky little. If you appreciate the help you've given.
People who think they know everything tend to be short-sighted. Consequences be damned if I know everything. Yeah. A lot of people who think that if something did not enter their own mind, it's not a thing. I know everything and you are wrong. There you go. Good impression. You know, the pirate softwares of the world. Sleight of hand expertise is so comfy. Do you know he worked at Blizzard? I don't think he's ever mentioned it. Melee Rogue, really fun? Hell yeah, it is.
What are you calling this new business?
You have red caps working in your circus. It won't. Soon the bastards will outnumber us. Goodness me, that's gonna be different.
Trying to figure out if I want Band of the Mystic Scoundrel right now.
that symbol on the collar looks familiar.
Never mentioned more than like once per stream or twice, you know. Maybe 3 times per YouTube short. At most.
Securing.
Just a normal amount.
Speak and listen.
What's on your mind?
Who is this? Basically, there's this streamer who positioned himself as like this super cool, super knowledgeable about the game development industry kind of figure, and recently public opinion has shifted after a series of events of him just being a complete fucking egomaniac, also being outed as not having the qualifications he says he does, and also being bad at game development. And also he's just kind of an asshole. Like, the biggest thing he did in the last year was throw shit at an initiative designed to force legislation to be put in place to stop publishers from arbitrarily sunsetting games that people have paid money for and forcing them to do the bare minimum to maintain them in some capacity so that people do not have a product that they purchased a license to just deleted. Yeah, he kind of invited a lot of heat by being opposed to that for reasons that don't actually exist in the initiative that that he made up. But then also, in a sort of high-profile event, he cut and run during a World of Warcraft hardcore raid. Very high-profile event. A lot of streamers were in this. This is like a streamer guild. It's a very big thing. He left a bunch of people to die instead of healing or assisting in the combat. And then doubled down on, like, hey, he was right to do that. Turns out he was the one who pulled the enemy. And he lied and said he was out of mana, so he couldn't do anything. He wasn't. Which is like, who cares about that shit? But also just proves the vision of the guy. Like or hate the guy, the Gamergate response to him is insane. I don't know too much about that side of it. I know he's kind of the designated punching bag in the space right now. And it's easy to do because he's an unlikable prick, but I don't know too much about that. Egomaniac has no qualifications or idea what he's talking about. Future politician. Was this the only Fangs event? Yeah, it was that. Also, he's had an indie game he's been working on for a better part of a decade, I believe. And sometimes he'll code on stream for it, and people who actually do game development and code have criticized his code, and he's been like, no, it's the best. Everything I do is the best. Look, it runs on a smart fridge, and he's running it on a laptop and showing it on a smart fridge, the Raspberry Pi, instead of actually running it on the smart fridge. But grifter. He's been swatted and doxxed multiple times over it, and yeah, that's never okay. That's never okay. Even if someone's a complete fucking asshole, like, I don't know, sending the police to kill them crosses a line. I don't think that's an unreasonable take. Because that's what swatting is. You are sending the police to someone in the hopes that it ends violently.
Mr. Enjoy yourself now, Tara. She isn't my treasure. Oh. Well. Oh. What's on your mind?
How bleak is it that that kind of thing has to be said? Just chewing on my own words there. Smart fridge firmware is mostly locked. You can't make it run your program easily. Saying that as a CS student, I will defer to you on that. You have a lot more knowledge there than I do.
Welcome to Sword Coast Couriers. To send and to become a postmaster, Danzo. I'll give you a nice little bonus as well, a finder's fee. What do you say?
Be a shame if anyone told the Zenterm about this. It's the whole, if you stoop that low, you end up being no better than them. Yeah.
Into the shadows. Success, as expected. Not one false move.
Proceeding.
Carry weight again. Send that away for now. Oh, 659 off the level. What have I not done that I normally do?
But you'll be in a big, cozy bed soon enough.
You have anything you want.
No, I know. I want the spell my gloves, but steal those after I'm done with this. Like, you know, you can strip a good chunk of those morons of any power by just not giving them more attention like that, even if to dunk on them. Yeah, but it's not always that simple. I know you're not saying it is. Like, for example, again, that Stop Killing Games initiative, its traffic spiked specifically after Pirate Software used his platform to tell people not to support it. And that caused it to stall for quite a long period of time. And then it only started turning around in the other direction when an even bigger platform, Moist Critical, picked it up and was like, hey, so, like, this guy completely misrepresented this initiative, and I think we should support this, actually. And then that's when the backlash started accumulating. So, like, at a certain point, people who do have any size platform greater than a particular individual, Moist Critical, yeah, I know, enlightened centrist fucking head up ass takes all the time, but the facts of the situation, dude used his platform to point the finger at this, and like him or not, and I don't, dude has a platform. But yeah, anyone who has a platform bigger than a single person can often do enough harm with that platform that some level of fact-checking, debunking, mitigating that damage, however you want to phrase that, can become valuable. It's not always the play, but something to think about.
Another. Good.
I'm using spell on this. What else am I going to use it on?
While the cage is sturdy, the
I guess Gale. And get me one back.
But it's not a kitty. Maybe we should go.
Where am I? Now that I have that, I could do this. Let's get in a stealing spec so I can get spell my close. Hey, Hazel. Lost a run last night by forgetting Vigilance Elixir, jumping into the shadows. Harper's fight too early by accident. Oof. I'm sorry to hear. The damage output there can be crazy. I've almost died to having my strength drained too much there once. And I've been kind of wary of it ever since. Sorry to hear about your run loss.
One true way.
349. What am I missing? Knobber is like 90. I can do Spellmite this run? I mean, they're equipped, so... No. Guess I could just go to Lower City.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what you
Lord Gortash is expecting you.
We gotta hide the robes. That fit ain't fitting.
Gortash is expecting you. Please make your way to the audience chamber.
I gain nothing by this, but I'm just gonna invis past Mizora because I think it's funny. So XP is extremely abundant in this map. If I really wanted to get to level 12 fast, I would have just come here. Even more efficient to come here than it is to do the worm way. The way I did, at least.
You really won't feel it.
Not a thing.
Just the level. How much XP do you get just by walking around Baldur's Gate? Let's put it this way. There is enough XP to get from level 1 to level 13 in Act 3. With some to spare.
Very welcome, sir.
Let me do some shopping before I assign this level.
I will be heard.
Somehow I feel like it's been a run restriction in the past. I did a run where I started in Act 3 at level 1. So, like, the game started here. Instead of doing Act 1 and 2 gearing up. I started and had to gear up, and I did the game in reverse act order. 13, is that a mod? No, you can get the XP for level 13, and then your XP bar at the top of your character sheet will change from showing your level to say maximum level reached. Was the original intent to go to 20? Is it just to ensure people hit 12? I don't know. I think having the level cap at 12 was a good choice, because even just at level 13, a lot of stuff gets wonky. Build crafting wise, but also narrative wise, having access to 7th level spells kind of pokes some holes in some stuff.
You have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Yeah, I think sticking with 12 was a good play on Lariat's part.
Divine protectors of Baldur's Gate.
Get access to the guild and buy drugs. We just grab Wish at level 17. Yeah, right.
That might be worth a look.
All the 20 characters are basically demigod. How do you even implement Wish? So, Larian has said, you know, about divine intervention. You can ask for anything. How do you implement that? The guy actually shrugged when he said that. So this was him explaining why they had predetermined options for divine intervention. Because, like, how do you implement that in the game?
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that plum prosecco. Now, what can I get you, newcomer?
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling? Some...
We're all on the same... Ready to do some business? I survived the hells when Elturel fell. Compared to that, slipping out of Moonrise was child's play.
Interim, keep to themselves.
And now we're gonna go talk to Skittle, buy Universal Res.
Greeting.
Didn't mean to talk to the Steel Watcher. Also pick up this quest.
Yes. Her name is Vanra. Thank you.
Can I get some of that plum prosecco? They're out of that. Don't look at his inventory.
You'll step up and marvel at the spectacular wonders on offer.
Don't need a knock scroll, I can just cast that. We'll take an invis scroll though. Love this rat, he's great. One prosecco sounds lovely. Refreshing, right? Oh, what's up, Ladybug? Up, squid. Spilled my tea? Oh no, I'm sorry. I get irrationally upset. I mean, maybe it's not irrational. Whenever I spill something that I was really looking forward to eating or drinking, I get real frustrated with myself. I guess part of that is, you know, my health stuff limits my fine motor control sometimes. So it's just frustrating feeling like it also denied me something I was looking forward to, food or drink wise.
Anyway, we cannot.
That's the overshare of the day. Do I care about any other vendors right now? Not really. Had neuropathy. Yeah. Okay. Final class features here. Additional dead from Undead Thralls, so we can summon 4 skeletons instead of 3. Undead Thralls better summons. Not only do they get an extra plus 6 HP from our 6 wizard levels, they get my proficiency bonus added to their damage. So at level 9 and higher, that's 4. which means on each instance of their damage, they get that +4. Now that'll mean an arrow that I shoot, but if I also then have them react and use combat inspiration for valiant damage, that'll be 1d8 +4. And if I have them applying, let's say, 2 stacks of purple worm toxin off of that same shot, that could also be 2d10 +8 poison damage. Take slow. I guess hypnotic pattern. Shots? Grew up the second oldest of a bush pilot in Alaska with 10 members of my family. Food waste makes me furious. Working on it's about how hard it was sometimes getting enough food. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of people. I imagine basic things like being assured that, hey, I have food that I at least could eat. I don't want to start ranting, but people should have access to basic shit like that. It shouldn't even be a question. Alright, let's go hit the mirror. Pretty tired, and that mint tea was gonna hit the spot. Hot mint tea? I miss her. A world with the technology and resources we have should mean no one wants for basic good quality of life. Should. But unfortunately, we are all fundamentally apes, and some of those apes want all the bananas, even if they'll die before they'll be able to spend a fraction of them.
You get the point eventually, citizen.
Like, when you have people racing to become the world's first trillionaire. Like, I don't know, man. Perhaps the rich, we should eat them. Doubt they taste very good. Got a lot of meat on them, though.
Greetings. Do you seek help? You
Can't get the quest for stealing the druid idol if any of the kids die and work on Arabella. Urgent may have baited Arabella to death. So, you can only get the quest if you are in good standing with Mole, and that requires saving at least one of the kids and then talking to her and remaining in good standing with her through that conversation. That acquired taste. You can't stop at the first one. Oh, okay, I see.
taking position.
Damage. You can see Spell Might and Gregarious Caster applying here. Gregarious Caster not doing much right now. Hoping to change that with the mirror. Is Graveyard Experiment? No, I kind of forgot. I'll do that shortly. I'm going to the mirror. I want to fix my charisma. Remind me as I'm doing that. I do want to do the Graveyard Experiment.
This'll do.
There's a bunch of books here. Kill the Shadow Druids before talking to Maul. Yep. It's a time-sensitive quest. If you complete Investigate Kaga, you can't get the quest anymore. Yeah, there's a bunch of books here that are worth 500 gold. 2 outside. A bunch on
Gold coins,
Miri's corpse.
every last from a decrepit.
One over here, and then a couple in the next room. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Apologies. It's your hair in my nose. He's cute. I can't stay mad at him. One more? I probably got one more in there. I'll let you know. There it is. That one's for you, Lady Baker. I hope you like it.
Within reach.
So wondering if you could have any rogue build with heavy armor? Yes. That's my favorite way to run rogue, actually. Heavy armor master. You combine that with uncanny dodge, and all of that collectively makes rogue the tankiest class in the game. With only Abjuration Wizard in the conversation for rivaling that level of tank. Life would be so much worse if I had worse allergies to cats and puppies. Take one level of fighter. You could do one level of fighter, or you could do one level of cleric. Depending on what you like. Fighter, you get the fighting style. Cleric, you get the spell stuff. I tend to go cleric, because you also can pick up Blade Ward that way. You could go one level of Paladin, too, if you wanted to do that, or one level of Ranger. But I find that Fighter and Cleric tend to be the ideal picks.
Unseen. Light steps.
Would say proficiency was just good grab? I would stick with the rogue proficiencies. Like, by the numbers, wisdom saves are common in terms of incoming, but you gotta remember level of impact of those wisdom saves. When you do have the knowledge of what enemies can do, rarely are any of those not covered by immunities you can pick up. Protection from evil and good, plus freedom of movement kind of covers almost every wisdom save that matters. Whereas having Dex save proficiency is incredibly good. Picking fighter, why not level 2 fighter to get action surge? Or is the 11 rogue required? Well, look at what you gain and lose. You gain action surge, you lose a d6 off of your sneak attack, and you lose reliable talent. I don't consider that to be worth it. No need to sneak around, just go and hit them hard and sneak attack without sneaking. Exactly, yeah. Just sneak stab in the face. sneaky because you're whispering in their ear. What are you whispering? Go Swashbuckler, you don't need advantage to use sneak attack. Any rogue doesn't need advantage to use sneak attack. There's 2 conditions, Swashbuckler has a 3rd one. Every rogue has the option of having an adjacent ally. Do I need to pick fighter class first to get heavy armor proficiency? Yes. The advantage of going with cleric or ranger is that you can pick that second. For fighter and paladin, you have to pick it first. It's helpful. You're welcome.
Communication is key.
I'm not. Go ahead. I'm listening. Elminster's not around.
Curious, is having an invis shovel near the target help trigger sneak attack? Yeah. Invis shovel, if you're an arcane trickster, you can use your invisible mage hand that comes with your class. You can even use minor illusion.
Lackets will be done.
How can I help? I question. Oh.
Do not have religion proficiency. Don't need it right now, though. Did I buy the noble stock? The mushroom? I did not. I forgot. So we'll prep remove curse. Click Karlach in your party first. Does Will auto leave the grove? Yes. You will have to long rest to see Will.
A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror, but one that offers no reflection. All you see is a void of endless darkness.
Should be able to just do this. This is still fine. Not in the order I want to do it, but this still works. This will just be slightly different endpoint. I'm not going to use bonuses here. I'm not going to use my inspos either.
Your prayers
So I
fade
failed.
away into the nothingness of the mirror.
Onward.
I was kind of scatterbrained and I forgot to do a thing. But I can adapt. Is that with Dark Justiciar tag? Yeah. So, this is one of those instances of the game is logical. What is the stated requirement to become a Dark Justiciar in the game? What is the explicit thing that you do? And anyone answer this.
A cozy nook, some might say. I prefer an empty grotto and a few hides. The mirror from before used to steal memories. How very sharp.
Kill the Night Song? Yeah. So kill the Night Song. Now, only Shadowheart using the Spear of Night in that cutscene can make her stay dead, but anybody can kill her. And think about it. All of the other Dark Justiciars did it by killing the Night Song. So you just kill the Night Song. You just shoot her, stab her, whatever. It's even worth 140 XP.
The huge mirror stares the mirror. You must
I needed to do
surrender
that
some part
first.
of yourself.
That's what I forgot.
But what? Some still a foreign. You embody what the dark.
So I'm gonna give up 5 stats here.
The huge mirror stared.
Actually, because I fucked up the other thing, I'm gonna give up 6 stats.
You've still a foreign. Your mind is whatever the dark. The huge mirror stares down the mirror. You must surrender some part. The gap still a foreign. You embody a met whatever the dark. The huge mirror stared the mirror. You must surrender some part of you. The gap still a foreign. Disappointment floods.
There's Patriarch's memory.
The memory of the dark.
Okay, so before... Nice, you have 16 charisma. Before I continue this, I'm actually gonna... Quick detour. I will have to sneak back into the House of Grief, but... I'm gonna go read the Codex. It was inefficient to remove Curse there, but I'll fix that too. And I didn't forget, I'm gonna do Graveyard Experiment, just a quick detour. So every stream I learn something new about this game from me. Oh, well, I'm happy to do it. Play more. A lot of this stuff is not stuff that I myself have discovered, but I am happy to relay the information.
Worth examining.
Switch back to Cloud Giant for carry weight purposes right now.
An efficient path.
What I want to do here is read the Codex so I can get the Dance Macabre ghouls. Which I can still do if I were to give up the Forbidden Knowledge and then go do it, but I want to see what happens if I do it in this order. What the metal trunk do? I can describe artistry? Yeah. It'll be a nice option to have. I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. I don't touch the jumpy stuff? Yeah. The very risky thing to do.
Even the Gish of Tunarath might learn from these pages.
You know Lae'zel's impressed when she's like, damn, that's even good by Git standards. Artistry is magic missile for adults. I would say that magic missile is no slouch itself, but certainly something. We also want this. Leon is going to be an integral part of the team this run. Once I have gold to describe. Because he's a summon with a weapon, so I can do the combat inspiration thing with him too. It'll be Leon, Myrmidon, Azer, and 4 Skellies. That'll be the squad. An oiled up Leon Kennedy. The only way I know how to have Leon. Whoops. Wasn't supposed to click that. I was supposed to attack it. I wasn't holding the correct button. Hellfire Great Axe, awesome, one of my favorite items.
A vault like this does not contain mere trinkets. I would care to know what it contains.
Could maybe get some value out of Pyro Quickness Hat. This is what we're here for. I read this.
The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerously familiar, promising unholy power. But as you close,
I curse again. Subscribe to Throne because I have no reason not to, but I doubt I click it except for when I'm really trying to style on something for no reason.
A book on Netherese magic. Gale will need this.
Ding! Anything you want to say? Don't.
Interviews, politics, gossip. All of it gets in that bloody Baldur's Mouth rag. The printing lot has never been so hot.
Anyway, we can take your pick.
That. Yes, that. Okay. Now we're gonna go give up the Forbidden Knowledge. Oh yeah, Animate Dead on Death Rolls also applies to Dance Macabre. So I'll get an additional ghoul out of that. If I choose to use that. Graveyard, yes. Let me hit the mirror. I want to get... do I want Strength or Charisma? I want Strength. Yeah, I want Strength. 20 Strength is comfy. Do that. It's Graveyard Science. What am I thinking for that? I think I probably just, kill Valmorba and stuff her somewhere. Kill her, pick her up, bring her with me to the other map. Yeah. Because the idea is we want a, Shield of Faith access in Rivington. Kill whomst? You know the lady who looks kind of like Ethel in the cemetery? Get the ghouls anyway. What's the saving throw in the book for? To not get a curse that gives you disadvantage on wisdom stuff. Hey, Dance Macabre on PS5. They take forever to take their turns. Oh, they do here too. I usually use them as IEDs, Chris. I'll spawn them around something and then blow them all up because of the death burst they do, the necrotic one.
The huge mirror stares the you must surrender some part of the gaps till you feel the where once the mirror showed not what in the dark.
Boiler masher stuff in a stew. Potatoes. Okay, now that I have 20 strength, I feel less obligated to run around with the Cloud Giant, but since we're going to be hauling around some bodies, we'll do that now. You know, I'm allowed to respec, I just haven't. That's weird for me. You. Hello. Oh. 18 wisdom proficiency. Makes sense. Alright. Now let's go here. We trade with her? Well, I can't check now. Maybe? Not anymore.
Without delay.
But, why? What did you... Without countering her? Almost nobody works for trading when you counter them.
Undetected.
Starts research with autopsy. Oh yeah, I see the issue. She's not an ally right now. But that's okay. I have... Where is it? Where is she? Where to me? Where is it? Where are you? The brain rot is quite advanced. Where did I put the Sword of Justice? There it is. So she's not an ally, so she's not going to jump in. I might have jumped the gun a bit. Alright, this is for science. We'll bring in a second entity momentarily here. Where's Britta hanging out?
This vessel, this...
Come here. Using speak with that. Sorry about that. Could we have traded? So I got excited. Brenna, you're supposed to... Brenna, what is you doing?
Moving in.
Can I ask you a question? Where's Dominate Person? Been fun. Break from BG3 stuff for now. Grab some foods, watch some anime, get some stuff to catch up on. Have fun.
Action, not reaction. Positioning.
See the city. Up on the hill.
See it. It's up there and we're down here.
Because I didn't get attitude with her, I need to introduce an extra step of using Dominate Person.
And I'm sure the manic will deal with it.
That's what Britta's here for.
Back again? It is nice to converse with someone who isn't circling the drain like this lot. Looking on their maudlin faces does sap my spirits. I'd tell you more, but they value discretion above all.
I just broke my concentration. Ugh.
Perhaps you are cannier than I first gave credit to be. I have some very special wares reserved for exclusive clientele. Like to burn a peek.
This is why we have testing saves.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special
Live run science is prone to the been live for 8.5 hours brain.
Can't give up now. One day I'll catch a break. Need to be cautious.
40%. Britta, you want to try having better spell save DC? For me? $55%. I don't think I have much in terms of spell save DC increasing gear at the moment. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll good. Here's I didn't roll good.
Assume nothing.
Just chill. Okay.
Action, not
Do I know dominate person? Oh.
no time to rest. Another step forward.
Alas, time for chatter.
This vessel is
Alright, I don't need the second person now. Need dominate person. See if anyone's selling it over here. I may have sold the scroll. Mattis is the best bet, actually.
You can see the city. Up on the hill.
I see it. It's up there and we're down here.
There's also a couple dig spots I could hit. I didn't know you could do the shovel summoning while you're digging. I think that's useless information, but it's interesting.
Hello again. Looking. Would I try to fool a sharpie like you? Have a look.
I do want Corbett token though.
Stay.
Lengths you would go for testing never fails to amaze me. This would be a lot easier if I just did this on a dedicated save, but it's interesting, and often live testing like this leads to cool run ideas and routing changes. So it helps make each run look different too. Different kind of problem solving, you know.
objective noted.
I can just script extender console test tomorrow. I mean, I could do that too, easily enough. But I'm invested now.
Alas, time for chatter.
You! What are you doing here? Nothing. But never mind that. Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with. Hope you...
Expect to work as easy as rolling, even without Connor. Yeah, it's not difficult with Adriel either. Once you know how. The reason why I'm so invested in Valmorba being an option is because if she does work, then I could still... I could have Shield of Faith in both maps. Because I want a Shield of Faith user in the Rivington map. Why I'm invested. Adriel has 4 spells. Yeah, if you barricade the door and spawn Connor on the other side of it, close the door with you in the room with her, she will not have Connor as a valid target, so she will Shield of Faith on you as long as your AC is low enough. You just need to break her line of sight so she can't target Connor anymore.
Into the shadows.
She does have +4 in proficiency. There we go.
Found and taken.
Let's do it in the other camp. This my job here is done. Tuxedo mask, JPEG. Yeah. Useful, useful. So don't need to worry about the Saris or Zoru sort of justice tech. This is a lot easier. Though it still doesn't open an option for region lock. I probably will still research those for region lock, but good info. Try to trade with her to test this. She's upset I stole from the graveyard. Uh-oh. Easy.
Objective noted.
You won't deny me. Light steps.
But is there a trade button? So do you have the option to lower her attitude enough that this individual dialogue comes up and then trade with her that way? Yeah. Right, that's Shield of Faith in the Rivington map. That's pretty nice. Helps for Gortash answer. Not much else, but it's nice. Don't remember what I stole since the save is old. I think she gets mad if you dug up the kobold.
Into the shadows. You serve my purpose.
Hours late for healthy sleeps. Get some rest. Get some rest. I'm almost 9 hours deep, debating if I should keep going or not. What day of the week is it? Wednesday? We could continue tomorrow. And friends on Earth and fix it. Donate 100 attitude. Yeah, that probably works. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be it for today. To do this run tomorrow, I think the shenanigans for tomorrow will be setting up Gortash dialogue as I want it and everything, doing that preliminary long rest before I start actually buffing up for the act. And I'm thinking I'm gonna cart Hope around with me for a lot of the game. If you dollyport with Hope out of the House of Hope after saving her, she'll follow you around. She can go with you between regions too. So I could just have Hope with me. And the idea there is I could have her bless my summons for more accuracy for them. And I just think that that's neat. She'd be a second user of, like, hold person or monster if I wanted that. And it certainly sounds conducive to support gameplay. I've never tried to take Hope with me to the Iron Throne. I don't know how that works out. That's food for thought. Wonder if that even works. We'll find out tomorrow. Let me find someone to raid. Ah, the name, it being the 3 and not the 3 is throwing me off. Let's see. Skiz Crypto, Kaylee. We're doing co-op. Carousel. Doing level 1 fighter stuff. What does the House of Hope become without Hope? The house. I guess. Thank you, everybody. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Nightbot, are you alive? You okay? Hello? Oh, I'm doing this. We'll have to think about that as homework. Yeah. More of this tomorrow. Depending on how effectively I clear, we probably finish this run either tomorrow or Saturday. Still tossing around ideas for my next one. I'm between a couple concepts, but the ideas are solidifying. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. Thank you, everybody. Bye.